Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Newcastle City Council meeting for Tuesday, May 3rd, 2022. We are in the month of May already. Tonight is a very action-packed meeting, and I want to thank everyone for joining us prior to tonight's meeting, as we wish our city manager, Rob Wyman, the best, and thanked him for his 21 years of service, and we have some further recognition for him later on in the meeting. All right, City Clerk White, will you please call the roll?
Deputy Mayor Sherlock.
Present.
Councilmember Griffin. Councilmember Villasenor. You can just say
Here.
present. Yeah, that's okay. Councilmember Villasenor.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Lacocha.
Here.
Councilmember Charbonneau.
Here.
Councilmember Clark.
Here.
Mayor Newing.
Here. All right. All are in attendance tonight. We have a quorum of 7. Agenda approval. Are there? Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. My gosh, the most important thing. Will you please rise and join me in the flag salute? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And that's what happens when we have longtime esteemed former council members in the audience with us. They fluster the mayor a little bit. So, and 2 former mayors. So thank you all for joining us. I feel like I have a quorum of former council members. All right, now may I have approval are there any objections to approving the final agenda? Hearing none, agenda is approved. Public comment. I will open the public comment. We will allow 3 minutes for speaking. Please state your name and the neighborhood in which you reside. City Clerk White and Director Bronze will facilitate the public comment, and I will let them determine if they want to do the live comment first or if they want to go virtual. So I'll turn it over to the, we do have, thank you. All right. I have several people who have signed up, so we will definitely stick to the 3-minute limit. Former Deputy Mayor and Council Member and resident, Tony Ventrella. Mr. Ventrella, welcome.
Thank you very much. Generally, it gets out about 1.5 minutes. I shoot from 3-point range, no matter who's in my way. So, good evening, everyone. Great to see you all tonight. Just a real quick note. I want to thank Rob for his many years of service to the city of Newcastle. A good leader. In this capacity, he should have the best interests of his city in mind, his staff in mind, and he always has. On countless occasions, he answered the call from residents, from business owners, and in some cases, people who were both. When COVID hit us in March of 2020, Rob led the charge along with Mayor Newing and Christina at the time and other members of our community and council, and created a website called Newcastle to Go, and folks started taking food out to keep our restaurants afloat. Great job by our neighbors and great job by Rob and Linda and others. Then came relief money from the federal government, the first of the stimulus package and packages, and Rob and Linda led the charge again, going from business to let people know what was available to them. Now, here we are 2 years later, we can see the light at the end of the tunnel, but many of those businesses have yet to recover. They might be busy now, might be busy yesterday, the day after tomorrow, but that did not erase the 2 years of devastating losses in some cases. The council has in front of it the opportunity called the American Rescue Plan, or ARPA, and Rob will be stepping away soon, so that responsibility falls on the rest of the city council and staff, and it's time to step up to help our businesses again. I visited, actually in the last several months, the businesses many times over and over, because I know the folks at Jet City and Jersey Mike's and the fruit and produce and Tapatio and places like that, and I've asked them how things are going, and things are getting better. Well, why not? People are back, and thank God that's the case. But there's still a lot to make up for. This 2 years of devastation may take 5 to recover. So you might see people in seats at the restaurants and parking in front of the businesses, but there is still more work to do. Rob cared about the businesses. He knows the owners, he knows the managers, he knows the sandwich makers, and all of you, I would hope, would also know them. This is your community, it's their community. We are all in this together. Our residents deserve the products and services from our small businesses. Those same residents stepped up to help 2 years ago, so please join the effort to help them as we go forward. All the best to Rob Wyman, and the best way to honor his work in this city is to do the right thing and support a good portion of the ARPA funds for local businesses. I'll close with one of my favorite quotes. My mother shared this with me literally every day of my young life. People may forget exactly what you said, but they will never forget the way you made them feel. Goodbye, Rob, and thank you all very much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Ventrella. All right, I'll call Joella Yoder. Good evening.
Good evening. Joella Yoder from Wintry neighborhood. First of all, I join others in saluting Rob Wyman for his service to our city, often under some somewhat trying circumstances. And second, I'm very excited to see that the agenda includes the adoption of Resolution 2022-901. The Newcastle Historical Society, of which I am a member, has been working to restore the cemetery for many years. A decent fence to replace the dilapidated chain link mess has long been needed, so please vote yes to adopt. Thirdly, outside of the cemetery grounds, the only readily observable evidence of Newcastle's rich historical heritage is the Bima House and surrounding structures on the property currently owned by the Lee family. They could have torn it all down when they acquired the property 40 plus years ago. Instead, they have tried to protect that historical legacy, even now as they go to sell the property. A great deal of discussion, planning, wishful thinking has gone into the proposal that is before you tonight. It is not everything that some would want, but the proposal is a good compromise. If you want to see how bad it could be, just look down Golf Club Road at the Milt Swanson property dispute, where people are fighting to protect that historical site. So please accept the proposed plan that's going to be presented to you tonight and expedite the adoption of Resolution 2018-738. The major advantage of the plan is that the Bima House and auxiliary buildings will become a city park, which means that Newcastle citizens can actually visit a piece of our history. One of the most difficult aspects of promoting Newcastle history is that we have no there. Unlike Black Diamond, or even the ruins of Monte Cristo in the mountains, we have no old downtown to point to. This park would give us a focal point. Moreover, in the long run, we might actually have a place to display all the artifacts that the Historical Society owns and are currently housed in a storeroom in the city's annex, not accessible to the public. Please honor our history and the people who occupied this land 100 years before us and accept the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yoder. All right, I'd like to call Russ Segner to the podium, please. Good evening.
Good evening, Russ Segner, live in China Creek. And I too want to thank Rob for his many years of service and leadership in the city. When I moved here, he was still planning director and quickly learned his skills and so on in work that I was trying to do with some things in the city. You've been of a great benefit to us in providing leadership over these many, many years. I'm here primarily tonight, in addition to honoring Rob, as president of the Historical Society, Newcastle Historical Society. My wife Susan and I have been residents in Newcastle since 2001. When we moved here, we had no understanding at all of the rich history of this community. And I became acquainted with that history through the contact with Milt Swanson and Pam and Gary Lee. And these were early members and founders of the Historical Society. We came to appreciate the foresight and diligence of Milt and the Lees in preserving the history of Newcastle, and sharing it with the community. Milt preserved many artifacts, some quite rare, and Pam and Gary put considerable effort into preserving the Bima House and the associated buildings. These historic buildings are some of the earliest in the area and have been a focus of much of our activity. The Lees long have sought a developer who was capable in taking on their property, could deal with the many complex issues involved, and who could make a really logical development out of that land, at the same time preserving these structures and the history involved. My professional experience as an industrial commercial developer and real estate broker indicates or tells me that you guys have picked the right developer. They know how to deal with the environmental issues that exist there, as well as the sensitive areas involved in that property. They will do a great job. Our Historical Society has met many times with the development team. We very much appreciate their attention to the interests of the community in making the proposed development a genuine asset to Newcastle. Our commitment is to do whatever we can to enhance the experience that Newcastle residents will have with that development. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Segnera.
By the way, any of the council members who don't have a copy of our Coles of Newcastle book, let me know.
All right, Jeff Strange. Dr. Strange, welcome.
So I'm also a Newcastle resident, besides working upstairs. In reference to Rob, and I think all the city employees, when you guys are looking at that grant that's coming up, I think that you have to ask yourself, is whatever decisions you're going to make, is it going to bring us together, or is it just going to divide some people up? And I think too often right now, particularly politics in general, it doesn't matter whether you're the right or the left. It just seems like whatever's being yacked at is just taking people apart. And if we really want to have a community, we need to bring people together. And that includes paying people that work for the city a reasonable wage or a fair wage, or, not what you think they ought to make because, you only made $2 an hour when you were that age. But what does it really cost to have somebody here that does the job? Because when I hear about people coming and talk to the city, I know a lot of them, it's all about how those people interact with them. So one of the best things we can do to, I think, is build a good community is make people feel when they come to City Hall to get a building permit or to talk about some particular issue, that the people that they're interfacing with really want help. And the way they want to help is because they have to feel that those people have to feel they're appreciated. Now, I don't know how many people you have actually run a small business. I mean, like, run a business like you got to hire the people, you got to fire the people, you have to personally cut their paycheck. But it makes a difference if the people feel that they're appreciated. And if they don't feel appreciated, they just don't care that much about the work, and so that's all I want to say. Just when you look at that money you're talking about doing, ask the question, is this going to make the community better? Bring them together. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Strange. John Dulcich. Welcome, Mr. Dulcich.
Hi, my name is John Dulcich. I live in China Creek. Madam Mayor, I got a point of order. Can we only say good things about Rob?
Well, I'm kind of on that
I'm just
side
kidding.
of the coin where I
I
can't
have two
make that
things I'd like to
decision.
talk about tonight. One, Rob Wyman, thank you for your years of service to the city of Newcastle. Stalwart effort. And, Rob wasn't always a pushover on stuff. He would fight for his staff. He'd fight, if he didn't believe in something, he would tell you, and I really respected that in him. Sometimes we had to actually go to the mustard seed and have a beer and fight about it. But you really respect for someone that stands up for what he believes in. And hiring Rob Wyman with the rest of the council in 2010 was probably the best decision I've ever made. And here's the beauty of it for the current council. You don't have to like Rob. You have an opportunity now to make another best decision for the city of Newcastle coming up. Not to take away from anything, Rob, I just, really, from my heart, your heart and your mind were into the city, and the city of Newcastle has survived and thrived because of you, and thank you. So I just wanted to share with you real quick, and you guys welcome to do however you want. Our selection process that netted Rob. We had hired Rob as interim city manager. I see you guys are going through the same process, which is great, and appointing an interim city manager, I believe, tonight. I assume you're going to go through the search process. We use Prothman. Looks like you guys might. Greg presented us a great field of candidates. We had a community open house for him, but then what we also did at the time is we wanted this to be a community thing. So each council member got to appoint a person to the interview crew. Then we had like the chairman of the chamber, and then a couple leaders of a couple of organizations. So there was about 10 people. And then there was the council. The council, then so up at the golf club, I think on a Thursday, it was open to the community for the final 3. We had whittled it down to like 3 candidates. The next day was interviews with the council separately from the community group. And then we compared notes with the community group. And here's the beauty of the thing. Not only the council by supermajority selected Rob, more importantly, the community group did too by an overwhelming margin. So the community really selected Rob. And we think that's why it was successful. And hopefully you can maybe sort of model a similar plan if you like. But again, the community really hired Rob, not us. And thanks again, Rob.
Thank you, Mr. Dulcich. Next up is Steve Burai. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you. It's been a while since I've been here. I live on Mercer Island, served on the council for 8 years, and 2 years as mayor. John stole a little of my thunder, but first of all, I want to say, Tony Ventrella, great remarks. You should maybe consider a career in TV. I don't know.
I think that train may have already left.
Yeah, okay. And I want to say, I'm glad this isn't being recorded, which I know it is, but I promise Imelda, I promise I'm not going to tell Imelda that you said hiring Rob was the best decision you ever made. Anyway, Rob, I really appreciate the job you did for the city. And I was on the council with John when we hired Rob. And what I remember about that process was that there was an option between 2 candidates. One was very experienced and one was labeled a rising star, and that was Rob. And he proved himself as a rising star. And I always appreciated the fact that John's right, that you would fight back when you had a strongly held position, but that you always reflected and represented the will of the council. That's the sign of a good manager, who follows the will of the council and doesn't necessarily pursue their own agenda. So I always appreciated that about you. And lastly, I want to say one other thing. I remember when I was elected as mayor in 2013, I went into Rob's office afterwards and he said, "Man, I'm not surprised very often, but I'm surprised." And I thought to myself, is that supposed to be a compliment or no? But in all seriousness, you've done a great job for the city. The city should be very proud. So thank you for all you've done, and please stay in touch. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Burai. Mike Enelkopher. Welcome, Mr. Enelkopher.
Thank you. Rob, I don't know you, but you must be an amazing person. So to attract so many compliments from so many people, thanks for all you've done. Okay. I am Mike Enelkopher. I'm the collections manager for the Newcastle Historical Society. I live in Newport Hills. My wife and I have been here since 1980 in this neighborhood. So, and I've written a memo to council members stipulating my strong support for the development of the Lee property and the moving and saving of the Bima house by Intracourt, and you'll hear more about that tonight. But I just wanted to add that as collection manager, I'm familiar with our entire collection, which includes over 800 artifacts, depending on how you count. And they range all the way from marbles and matchbooks to kitchen implements, many of which are on display downstairs from the actual miners' kitchens. So they're genuine historic artifacts. There's even cookbooks there, and you can see what the miners cooked. And then up on the larger scale, we actually own a real coal car from the Newcastle mines that were used in the mines. And we do our best to display these artifacts and use them to interpret Newcastle history. For instance, we show at Newcastle Days, and even as recently as last week, we had an event where we had 26 employees of King County, and we showed them a lot of our artifacts, and then took them on tours and told them as much as we could about Newcastle history. Steve Williams here arranged that. It was a really productive event. So we do use the artifacts, and right now we have a tremendous opportunity to preserve perhaps the largest artifact of all, and that's the Bima House currently on the Lee property. And Intracourt has plans that we've examined that we like for saving the house and related structures, putting it in a historic park, and giving us, the Historical Society, an opportunity to interpret and perhaps add some of our artifacts to the displays there. So it's a great opportunity, and I would encourage the council to please do everything you can to support that activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Enelkopher. Pam Lee, Ms. Lee. Welcome.
Good evening. I live at Old Newcastle, and I have lived there for almost 50 years, and I really didn't know what I was getting into when I moved there. And when I started to understand and learn about the wonderful history of Newcastle, I was very proud to be a part of it. And I've always been a good steward of the property and tried to encourage people to learn about history, come and visit, and I felt that it was a real important part of this community to have such a rich history behind it. And I've been working for probably 10 years knowing that I wasn't going to be able to continue to keep the property up, and we've worked with different developers, we've worked with King County Historic Preservation people, and I believe now with the Intracourt company, we've found a wonderful developer that's going to do a good job that I can walk in this community and hold my head up and be proud of what we've done. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Steve Williams. Mr. Williams, welcome.
Good evening, I'm Steve Williams. I live in Bellevue, but I've been a member of the Newcastle Historical Society board now for many years. I'm also a volunteer with the East Side Heritage Center in Bellevue. And for both organizations, we do historic interpreted walks every year out in the parks, May Creek Trail, Cold Creek Trail. We've also done interpretive programs on Zoom for many local organizations and utilize the artifacts to help describe and explain the history here. And you have a wonderful opportunity now with saving the Bima House, one of the earliest houses on the east side of Lake Washington, 1875 or thereabouts. That town was the second largest town in King County at that time, and farmers in Bellevue had to take their horses there to cast their votes in elections. So you have a history that's really pretty significant. We produced 22% of all the coal that was used on the west coast of the United States in the 1880s. And that made Seattle a viable port city, shipping coal all around the west coast, Alaska, Hawaii, Australia, primarily San Francisco. They had money from the gold rush. We had coal that they needed for railroads, trains, factories, and of course housing. It was also used here in Seattle for a long time. So it's a great opportunity. You've got a valuable resource. If it's there, it's going to attract tourists. Residents are going to bring their friends and relatives there to explain the history of the community. The schools are going to be able to use it to do their Washington State and local history courses. And you can tie it in with walks on the Thomas Rouse Trail that runs through there, connects down to the Cold Creek Trail, and connects back to the May Creek Trail, which was one of the railroad routes. There's a picture on the wall in the hallway of the two big wooden trestles over a quarter mile long and about 98, well, more than that, wasn't it, Mike? 120 feet high. Two of them. The first one was narrow gauge. The second one had to be standard gauge railroad cars. So a lot of neat history right here in your own community. So I encourage you to support the BIMA project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. All right, Brad Corner. Mr. Corner, welcome.
Council and manager of many years, thank you for your service. I'm Brad Corner, and I live in the Reserve at Newcastle neighborhood, in city of Newcastle, for last 15 years plus. And I've been tracking this project that is under the memorandum of understanding between the Lees and the city. And I have very serious reservations of the way that looks and its construction. The MOU, which I believe everybody has a copy of it that's on the council, and you've all read it, it's lacking any valuations of what the gift is for the exchange. So the implication is that when there is no values in that memorandum, that basically either it's an even exchange or there is no exchange. I'm not against having an exchange of a historical building in order to receive a benefit as a landowner, in this case, increasing density, which is quite vague. So I reviewed the site plan that was available online. This time, thankfully, it wasn't 65 townhomes, but it was 37 houses on approximately 5 acres of developable land. Now, you may allow this process, but many things are left out. For instance, there's no information about the substrated soils. There's no information about possible covered up mining tunnels. There's a lot of things missing from that presentation that could affect the actual density of the proposal. Your timeline shows that you want to go immediately after you've seen the presentation tonight, in good faith, to a development agreement, which then vests a property right in the state of Washington, as I understand it. And it would be very, very difficult if the neighbors in the area suddenly come back and say, you know, I didn't think that site should hold 37 houses. Makes it real difficult for the citizens. So my recommendation is you cancel the MOU effectively tonight. And you send this project and the developer to the Planning Commission. Because anytime you go from an old file, does anybody have a napkin? Yeah. Anytime you go from a density of 14 to 20 units, thanks, to 37, you know, either you're encroaching in wetlands or you're actually encroaching into buffers, but that's not shown clearly in the drawings that I was able to see online tonight. So because of these omissions of what I consider of material facts and the no valuations, I'd hate to be a council member accused after the fact by members of the community of accruing a special benefit, or in this case, a windfall gain, from what looks like could be an $80 million project instead of a $40 million project under its existing zoning. So, you know, you can say, yeah, this is a legal process, we can do this, 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 and this. But is it right for the community? Is it right for the citizens to not be able to weigh in and have to wait for one night to see a presentation and then you go right back to work vesting the property owner? It looks like pay for play. I hope I made myself clear. I'm sorry about my bleeding nose. This wasn't planned. But I do believe that after a planning commission and additional scrutiny by the public, that the right size and right density of the project, along with the Buy My House gift, will finally occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corner. All right, another familiar face, Mark Rigos. Welcome back, Mr. Rigos.
Good evening, Council. Mark Rigos, I live in Issaquah. One of the best decisions I've ever made in my life was to come work for Rob. And that's truthful, honestly. Loved working closely with John and Steve and Carol and others. And I just wanted to say, Rob, you're tremendous to me, you're tremendous to staff. It was great working for you. You were really customer service focused. You were very supportive of residents, which we all saw across the board. You were very supportive of staff. Just to highlight some of your accomplishments, I was here for 3 or 4 years as Public Works Director. But finishing out Coal Creek Parkway, that's one of the prettiest stretches of arterial anywhere in the east side. It really is. And getting that bridge done, it's gorgeous. Starting that surface water management plan all across the city. We've got a lot of topography in the city, so it's a tremendous challenge for staff to make sure that we minimize the landslides and the potential for those and erosion, etc. The tenant improvements that are in the city hall here. Previously, our city hall, you probably remember, was not very nice. It was over where the butcher is right now. And so it was really nice that we could move over here. And improvements to Lake Bourne Park. So Lake Bourne Park is one of the greatest parks on the east side in King County. It really is. You get out there, you don't see any houses at all. So a lot of improvements have been made over there, and it's always neat for me to come back and spend some time with my family at Lake Bourne Park. So Rob, whoever follows you has really big shoes to fill, and just want to say thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Rigos, and let this be a lesson, Mr. Wyman, that former team members do come back to Newcastle. Hint, hint. All right, that concludes my list I have here, City Clerk White.
So we have 2 on the Zoom. I will
Wonderful.
transition to that.
Thank you. Oh.
Okay, so Christina, we're promoting you to the panelist, so you can unmute, and if you'd like to turn on your camera, you can speak. Oh, and I need to.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi there.
Welcome.
It's good to virtually see everyone. Sorry I can't be there in person. I have both little ones going to bed here pretty soon. Just kind of continue the sounding board. Thank you, Rob, for everything that you've done for the city of Newcastle. You have been amazing to us since we have lived here, helping to get our business up and running when we opened in 2018 and also during the pandemic. So just thank you. You're amazing. For any of you who have not met me yet, my name is Christina Aurelier. I've been a Newcastle resident since about 2017. My husband and I, we co-own a business, Verde Organic Body, that we opened here in 2018. It's a holistic fitness and wellness center. We help the community by helping them find help through fitness and training and yoga, massage therapy. We have 2 young daughters, ages 7 and 1. The reason I'm here tonight is because I'd like to address the council in regard to a council member's request for records that may negatively impact the business community here in Newcastle, and the subsequent the ARPA funding matter that has been discussed in recent council meetings. I'd like to share that the council members Clark and LaCosia stopped by my business about April 15th and connected with my studio manager to ask how is business going. After their visit, my studio manager relayed that they had been to Verde, which I followed up with an email to council member Clark, letting him know that I was happy to discuss the many challenges that we've continued to face following the pandemic of the coronavirus. Since the 2 had stopped at our business, I followed up with an email on the 23rd or 22nd of April. I received notice from the city that council member LaCosia was requesting records of the previous grants that a small number of businesses had been awarded back in 2021, I believe. I spoke with council member Clark on Monday the 26th, and during our conversation, I asked him if he knew the purpose of the council member's Councilmember Lukoshia's request. He had let me know that he was unaware of her request, but that they were trying to assess if the businesses of Newcastle needed additional relief funding tied to the ARPA money that the city is receiving. So from there, I called Councilmember Lukoshia on the 26th as well and asked her the same questions. What was the purpose of her request? You know, trying to make sense of why we're looking back to the old grant that was, or not so old, but the previous grant that was received. And she informed me at that point on the phone that she wanted to audit the city of Newcastle to make sure they were, quote unquote, doing their job right. So I'm here today to share some concerns and perspective that I shared with both of those council members last week surrounding the intended actions of Member Lukoshia in regard to the historical grant application audit. I believe that the council members' actions will cause damage to our community of businesses, as has been made clear to me that the intention is to scrutinize the city employees and potentially the mayor, which will inadvertently bring all of our businesses under a lens of scrutiny. After we have all endured surviving the pandemic as brick and mortar, the lack of sensitivity to our experiences, looping us into what seems to be an internal witch hunt of sorts is, to me, personally inappropriate. It does the opposite of help our businesses and community. It will create controversy and potentially damage the businesses that we have worked so very hard to keep afloat over the past 2 years. I would like to point out that our business, Verde Organic Body, has received multiple grants and financial assistance in the form of pandemic relief funding that via the state of Washington, the SBA, the IRS, our financial institution, and additional to the grant that we received from the city of Newcastle. Our business would not have survived the traumatic effects of the pandemic if it were not for all of the relief funds that we received. And we're still experiencing financial impacts of the pandemic on our business, and we're not out of the woods yet. At no time during the pandemic has any other entity or financial institution requested historical information about previous grant awards or loan disbursement to determine our eligibility criteria for additional federal pandemic relief funding. In my experience, it's not standard practice to determine the eligibility based on previous award amounts. Therefore, Councilmember Clark's explanation for the records request seemed a little bit nonsensical to me. I've had the IRS, the SBA, the state of Washington, with whom we have received grants from all, have developed a survey and an application that determine the economic impacts on our business and all subsequent eligibility criteria. So historical grant review, in my experience, is not a valid method or standard practice to determine eligibility or to assess the need for additional relief funding of a business during the pandemic. I'd also like to point out, to quote the United States Department of Treasury, and the ARPA funds, for the ARPA funds are for the purpose of, quote, supporting families and businesses struggling with its public health and economic impacts. As council members in service of the community, I believe that it's your job and your duty to collect accurate data when it comes to determining the future of the use of the ARPA funds. Showing up unannounced at a business during client service hours to chat with an unknowing employee for data collection is insufficient to fulfill that duty.
Ms. Aurelia,
I would like to also speak to the, go ahead.
I need you to wrap up your comments, and I really thank you for your comments, but we do have a 3-minute limit. We have more people out here that want to speak as well, but I really appreciate your comments, so I'll allow you to wrap up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So to wrap up, just the concerns about kind of the whole, I'm sorry, kind of threw me off there for a second. Just the concerns about how it will impact the businesses kind of going back, and then also, you know, determining eligibility for the ARPA funds, creating a survey and doing something that's a little bit more productive as opposed to kind of going to the city and maybe trying to scrutinize. I think that the state of Washington is a great place to start if anyone does want to do an audit on the city, because they audit the city annually. You know, I'm here speaking to the council today to come directly to the source, just to let you know that what our concerns are, and I'm not speaking for other businesses, but I do know that they feel the same, and that we hope that the council can work together to build our community and to use the appropriate methods to help serve the businesses that are still being impacted by the pandemic. And thank you for your time, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to you all.
Thank you for your comments. I really appreciate it. You taking the time out of your busy life, really. I know you're about to put your children to bed, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next is, sorry, I'm gonna wait for this to refresh. The telephone caller ending in 4668. You will, oh, and you just have to allow to talk. And you'll need to unmute yourself. Is that *6, Paul? Either *6 or *9 to unmute yourself.
Steve, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Steve, can you hear me? Hi,
Yes.
can you hear me? Hi, this is Nola Costin speaking for Newcastle Watchdogs. A couple of comments. Thank you for taking this, giving me this opportunity. One is Steve Toller, Management Partners, reports that the city is out of money. For the fiscal sustainability of our city, citizens who want to preserve Bima House should create a nonprofit of their own and use their own money and not facilitate the bankruptcy of our city. And two, the balance of the total awarded ARPA funds should be designated for the swim needs. In 2022, 13.5% swim rate increase occurred. 2023, another 13.5% swim rate increase will occur. And in 2024, there's an $800,000 new debt that's already in the approved budget. So all of this says that we are in fiscally, we're in fiscal trouble. And anytime we spend our money, we really need to look at, number one, preserving the sustainability of our city without raising taxes. Number one is to conserve our money, especially the general fund, which is what pays for our safety, our police and our fire. That's number one. That's the number one priority for all residents in the city of Newcastle. That's where our focus should be, is to preserve the general funds for our police and our fire protection. And then this ARPA fund is a huge gift. It's one time, and more is expected to come in. I don't know if it's, I think in June, mid-year, the second half is due. All of this money, the balance, should be going to swim. It doesn't have to be used this year. We can save it and use it for next year's swim. But we know we have, swim is very expensive, but it's a critical infrastructure that we need to take care of. So that is my request. Everyone else who has needs and asks for money really need to think about the fiscal sustainability of our city. We're in the middle of stagflation, inflation, and on the verge of recession. So our people are hurting. Our residents are hurting. So we can't just keep raising taxes on them. So that's my request. I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Sean Sweeney. You're being promoted to the panelist, and you will be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, it's Sean here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. My name's Sean Sweeney. I'm the owner of the Frosty Barrel, along with my wife, Allison. We've been Newcastle residents for more than 16 years. And firstly, I want to say, Rob, thank you for everything you've done for us. The words said earlier, oh, I can't say enough about the things that you've done for the community here and the service that you have given to us. And so you let me know when you want to come by, and I'm happy to scoop a couple of ice cream scoops for you, sir. Second, I just wanted to vocalize my support for Christina's eloquent statement around the request for data for ARPA and the city audit. I think I'm going to say just very succinctly that we've been through a pandemic. We are focusing on bringing the community together now, and I'm looking forward to things like Newcastle Days coming back, and looking forward to how we're actually going to be able to see each other's smiles again. I don't think we need a PR problem in the business community, and the thing with the data is it can be extrapolated in any number of ways. The context can be missing. The story may not be 100% accurate. That data can be used when it comes to any future expansion or service that we might want to provide into Newcastle. So I ask, just be thoughtful, please, in the approach to this, and let's figure out a way we can actually use this opportunity to continue to bring us together rather than seek to divide us. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. I believe we have one more, then we'll go back to the live audience. I know we have a couple people who would like to speak.
Okay, next we have Verity Swearingen. You're being promoted to a panelist, and you can unmute yourself and speak, please.
Okay. Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Verity Swearingen, and I am the current president of the Newcastle Chamber. I'm joining you today. As I understand, there will be a vote on the potential funding for the ARPA Act. And I was just joining us all today to support your decision to help continue to fund and aid our local businesses. As Christina and Sean shared, they are still not out of the woods, and there's a long way to go to recovery. And therefore, some of this ARPA funding can be very beneficial. And so I do feel like it's important and a priority for our residents, for the city, and for the chamber to keep our existing businesses strong. Doing so ensures a strong and thriving business community, which helps attract other businesses, as well as visitors to our community that generate revenue that can help alleviate some of the financial issues that some of others are alluding to. The lingering effects and the byproducts of the pandemic have caused business disruptions beyond simply shutting down. These days, the cost of doing business with inflation and employee wages has significantly increased, and our local businesses are feeling that pressure. Last week, I recently attended a regional business summit with our partners in the Issaquah, Mercer Island, and Snoqualmie Valley chambers. And we had a CEO panel of the South Seattle Chamber and the Snohomish Alliance for Economic Development join us. And they spoke about this ARPA funding and how excited and important it was to continuing to aid their local business community and the plans that they had. And I would love to ensure that our local government takes that inspiration from our neighbors who are looking forward to funding and supporting our businesses with that grant money. So I just ask for your consideration to continue to support our business community with those ARPA funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swearingen. All right. Anyone else out in the virtual room?
No, there's not, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. All right. Back to audience. I believe Carol Simpson had her hand raised. So, Ms. Simpson, welcome to the podium.
Madam Mayor, if I could just ask for further commenters to make sure that they sign up for us. There's another sheet over on the credenza when you're finished commenting.
Okay, I will do that. I'm sorry I did not sign up beforehand. Carol Simpson, I live in Olympus. Thank you, Rob. Rob Wyman came on board as interim city manager and then city manager during a pretty tough time, somewhat like what we're facing today. He came on during the Great Recession. The city was in dire straits. So I welcome our new city manager, our interim manager, and hope you do as well as Rob in ushering us through this time. Rob also had the opportunity, when the economy warmed up and even started to thrive, to see great projects happen in Newcastle. He saw the fruition of the comprehensive plan that was passed in 2000. I didn't think we'd ever see a development on the Mutual Materials site. It's all done, almost all done. Mutual Materials, huge in Newcastle Commons. Risdon Middle School, multiple apartment buildings. The building we're in. And Rob has always been a thrifty guy. The colors, the materials you see in this building, he didn't hire a consultant to do that. He picked them out himself. He's always doing things the thrifty way in our city. He's seen new sidewalks, new safety improvements, and most importantly, and I think Mr. Dulcich, former Mayor Dulcich, and Steve Bry, were also hearing during this time, can support that we grew from 7 police officers to 11 police officers, one of the greatest accomplishments in our city. So thank you very much. The thing you need to look for in somebody you work with as a city manager or even as council members is somebody that you can agree to disagree with politely and agree that you have different points of view and then continue talking. I feel like there are some council members I can't speak to, and that's not good. We need council members that can speak to everybody in our community. Our former city manager, when I said, well, we can agree to disagree, his answer was no. That wasn't the right city manager for Newcastle. Second thing I want to talk about is the Weimar House. I've been conflicted about what to do about that, and I was on council when we entered into the MOU. We already have 3 parks within stone's throw of where the Weimar House is. We don't need a 4th park in that area. So I felt like, why should the city take on another park when there's lots of other areas in the city that needs parks? After hearing tonight, and after visiting with a friend of mine who used to work for the Intracourt Museum, the city needs to do this because our cultural institutions are struggling. COVID and the shutdown of their institutions did not work well for them. First of all, they lost employees, hard to get back. Second of all, they lost money. So they're struggling. So if you think, oh, we'll get the public to form a nonprofit to take it over, that's not happening. Our nonprofits are struggling just as much as our small businesses. And we need to look at the small businesses. The reason we are having so much inflation, and I'll speak just to one issue, small hotels shut down during COVID and they never came back. The mom and pops, the little places along the roadsides that used to be the affordable ones, they're gone. We have fewer hotel rooms now. I can attest from that from my husband's business of appraising hotels. So one of the issues of what is the cost of living, going on vacation and staying at a hotel is gone up greatly because they suffered greatly during the shutdown. So support our businesses. To support our city, the first thing you need to do is support our businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson. Any other members of the audience would like to speak? Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your comment. A lot of great comments tonight, and a lot of thank yous for our outgoing city manager, Rob Wyman. All right, we have a couple of proclamations. I'm not sure, there was some talk, maybe a representative from affordable housing would be with us. So I don't see anybody. So 2 proclamations are included in the meeting packet. One for Arbor Day proclamation, which was April 29th. And the other one is Affordable Housing Week, May 8th through 14. And I have a ceremonial one that I'll give during my mayor's report. Council comment. Council Member Clark, would you like to start us off, please?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate all the comments. It's really good to see this chamber full, regardless of what the issue is. It's been a little frustrating in my first couple months. There's been like 3 people on the Zoom calls, and then last week there was like 2 people in the audience, and one of them was our interim city manager. So thank you for coming out. I hope that you find issues like this that are passionate to you and just come out and speak to us. Regardless of how we vote or what we agree with you, you need to speak up. So thank you all for being here. It's very important. On Friday, we heard that the Energized East Side had been approved by the hearing examiner. That was very, very disappointing to me, and I imagine if you, many of you as well. We'll be talking about it later in the council here, but I just wanted to give a shout out to the group Sense. I don't think anybody in the audience may be with Sense, I'm not sure, but they have, I see one hand. They have done a lion's share of work on behalf of our community and the east side for nearly a decade. So I just want, it's appropriate at this point to say thank you for the efforts for that group, for their efforts, and everybody involved. So they taught me a lot last year when I was learning about the issue, and I'm sorry we didn't quite get to the result we wanted, but we'll keep working. Thank you. Oh, and Rob, you know, you're so high on a cloud, maybe I should burst it, huh? No. Good luck to you and your family.
Thank you, Councilmember Clark. Councilmember Charbonneau, what do you have for us tonight?
Madam Mayor, I don't see it on the agenda. I have a committee report. Would it just be easier to give that now, or should I hold off?
That would be under reports, but you're correct. Go ahead and do it. That'll,
Sure,
in
yeah.
the essence of time, we're running out of.
Sure, yeah. So the ad hoc subcommittee of planning for the Asian American Pacific Islander held a community meeting in the Newcastle Library last week. It was it was a great experience. We said going in that we were expecting to, we wanted to open up the floor because we didn't know what we didn't know, and that was very much the case. We got some great feedback. We're looking to hold another community meeting in the future to be more accessible, hopefully on a Saturday. Again, potentially in partnership with the Newcastle Library. Thank you so much to Vicki and Ann for helping us there. And it really underscored the need for this group, and really not just the need, but the want of folks to have a group like this and engage in our community. And then I'll just say with Affordable Housing Week, it is a very important issue. I think I've brought it up quite a lot. I'm excited. Most of you will probably be gone by the time we get to the planning calendar, but we are bringing up tenant protections. We are working towards this issue, and I'm trying to make good this promise as much as I can as the first, I believe, council member we've had that doesn't own property and can't own property in our city. And I'm just incredibly encouraged. I'm very thankful. Rob, we should honor you more often, I guess, to hear from all of the Historical Society, hear from all of the former council members, hear from them and hear their perspective and the really rich history we have here. As you know, I sit up here and I try to plan for our future. It helps us quite a bit, and I appreciate the engagement we have tonight. So thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Lakotia. Go ahead, please.
Hello, good evening. Really good to see so many people out here. And all the public comments. Looks like I'm becoming very unpopular with our small businesses here today. But anyways, I just want to talk to talk to some facts. We've been receiving a lot of emails also. I received a lot of calls from citizens and businesses. And being a numbers person, I'm all about facts. So, I just want to clarify a few things. And what I'll talk about is, last time we were discussing about ARPA, and we talked about how, the consultants came and said that, okay, with the recommendation that we want to give some money to the businesses. So I started to think that, okay, fine, what we have done in the past, anytime we want to do something in the future, something that we've already done in the past, we want to learn from it. We want to learn from these processes, and then we want to kind of replicate it, improvise on it, and then go further with it. So 2 years back, when we gave the CARES fund, or around 200,000 was distributed to the businesses, the only information that was asked for was 4 months of estimated revenue. Now again, estimated revenue. Some businesses can have high revenue, low cost, high revenue, high cost, vice versa. You cannot determine based on that which business is in more distress than the other. So I had some businesses express their concern because it was possible that some businesses got more funds than the deserving ones, because just based on estimated revenue, you wouldn't know how much is the need. And that's the reason I asked for those information. The other thing, that anything that is submitted to the city is a public information, so anybody can ask for it. And I asked because I wanted to study that and make sure. I wanted to learn about the criteria and method, which I'm still waiting on, on that information. But I want to study the criteria, what was done in the past. How did you come up with how much each business should get? It's all facts is what I was trying to learn. And based on that, if we do not know the very basic information, which is cash flow, without the cash flow, how do I know which business is in distress and how do we distribute the money? How does business A versus business B, how much should we give it to them? How do we determine that without knowing their cash flow? At least we need to know their cash flow before COVID and after COVID and what the businesses are going through. Those are the basic, very basic facts that we need to know in order to design a process. So what is the criteria? What was the method that was done in the past? And can we use that same method, improvise on it, and get some cash flow information, get some profit information from the businesses, at least last 3 years information that we need to see, and then come up with a method that how much these businesses should get. It's all about fairness. We just want to make sure that our businesses can trust us, our citizens can trust the process, that whatever we are giving to you is a fair amount, that business A is not getting more than business B. Maybe business B was more deserving than business A. That should not be the case. There should be a solid proof. And we have that knowledge in the city. We have that knowledge in the council. And that's what we want to leverage. All we are saying that, okay, fine, we can get some citizens who are, have strong financial background. We have 2 of us over here who have a strong financial background. We just want to look at the method and come up with that so that the business can trust us, the citizens can trust us, that whatever we are doing with the taxpayers' money, ARPA is not free money, ARPA is taxpayers' money. So that's what we are trying to get that. And I hope, the businesses who are out here, it's just, I just wanted to learn about it and see the facts and have a solid proof process going forward, how we're going to use this money in the future. And what these studies that we have seen from the consultants has not been satisfactory. There were just 4 businesses that were asked for. And the other question also I asked, and the businesses are asking me, that I also submitted a form during the CARES Fund, and I was not given the money. What was the criteria? So we need that transparency for them. Those who did not get it, let's be transparent. What was the criteria? Why didn't they get it? What was the scoring? Was it some scores given to them? I have no clue. And, Wyman, good luck, but hopefully you'll give me the information before you leave, because I'm sure it'll be hard to trace you after that. So, once Wyman gives us, city manager gives us that information, I will come up with a full study, and I'm going to involve some highly qualified citizens, who have done this in the past, and come up with the study and have a foolproof process as to how we are going to use the ARPA funds. Thank you.
Councilmember Villasenor, go ahead, please.
Good evening. Rob, thank you so much, City Manager Wyman, for all my interactions with you over these past few years have been nothing but stellar. Thank you for everything you've done. And there's no greater tribute to a person's contribution than to have so many people come from your tenure with the city and say just how much they appreciated you. So that's very telling and very impressive, and I loved every minute of it. We've heard a lot about the history of Newcastle tonight, and it's been amazing. The Bima House, 1875. And it remains here in Newcastle, but we also understand that a lot of things continue to change, and Newcastle will continue to grow and change just like it did in the time of the Bima House. It will transform itself, but the thing that won't change is the fact that the city moves forward only because citizens are willing to give their time and effort to make the city go forward. The city needs people to play an active part in it. And it's really a treat to have so many people who've been involved with the city council members, former mayors, former public works directors here in the room tonight. It just speaks to the fact that it takes a lot of effort to make a city grow and develop in the way that makes it successful. We're not going to agree on the direction of this growth, but I think we should all agree that it takes people, concerned people, to make a city successful. And I'm honored to be playing my role in it during this time. And I'd like to thank all the people here who've played a role in the development of Newcastle. Thank you so much for everything.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Griffin, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Newing. I'd like to thank Rob for his many years of service. I didn't get to work with him as close as I might have, but he's done a fantastic job in the city. I want to thank also the citizens for showing up tonight, and the many of you who have made comments, shared your thoughts and your ideas with us, so that you're helping us to be able to do our jobs better. Now, I was a little concerned when the guy come up and said that he was a bill collector. I thought maybe he was from the IRS or somewhere, and I didn't know should I leave or not. We have a fantastic opportunity as a city, as a council, as a staff, because we have a lot of what some people would term as free money. This money is not really free, folks. We all paid for it somewhere. At some point in time, that money came from us. So it's not free. So we need to be very careful of how we dole it out and what we do with it. We have a lot of opportunities. We have a lot of pet programs that people want to do. And the only thing we got to remember is we can only spend it once, just once. It can't be spent over and over again. So what we do is we need to try to do it right. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Sherlock, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Happy Eid to those who celebrate. I want to echo the comments about the AAPI committee. We had a fabulous meeting. It was really nice to hear from that community, and I'm really looking forward to more conversations in the future. And again, thanks to the library, Vicki and Anne were very, very helpful in helping us get together and gather. Rob, I'm going to miss you a lot. But I'm really happy for you. And I've learned a lot from you. And I know that this is a great opportunity for our city to have new ideas and move forward. But you hold a special place in my heart. And, sorry, I get emotional. It's just who I am, but, it's, thank you. Thanks, Tony. I don't have the words, but you heard it all from a lot of people. So thank you, everybody, for having the words that I don't. Last, I just want to say thank you to our community for being here. It's really lovely to see you all in person. I've been on council for almost 2.5 years, and I believe this is my 6th meeting in person. I really enjoy seeing people's faces and hearing from all of you, so I appreciate you taking the time to come out. It's not always the most exciting thing to come to a council meeting, but it's very important, and I appreciate it, so thank you.
All right, thank you. So moving on, that comes to the mayor's report. Just a couple things. I'll keep this, the early part of my comment a little brief because in the essence of time. King County Health report today. Just real brief, we do have an increase in cases. We are at that medium level, but you know, it's there wasn't a huge red flag yet. So the King County Gov, the kingcountywad.gov/COVID provides updated charts and graphs, and that they break it down by all different kinds of geographic areas and age groups and ethnicities, and I encourage you to visit that site for some updated numbers. Excellent news is those 5 and under are about to become eligible for vaccines. Hopefully, they are looking at FDA timeline is they go through three reviews. Review number 1 is June 8. Review number 2, June 12. Review number 3 is June 22. Anticipated date of those shots in those little arms is late June, early July. So right in time for vacation, we can get those youngsters vaccinated. Wonderful news. I got a phone call this afternoon, midday, from Council Member Reagan Dunn. And today the King County Council ratified a $500,000 grant for the Crosstown Trail. And I believe I saw Peggy Price in the audience earlier. Also, May is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. So, with that, City Manager Wyman, my turn. I'm just thankful right now that Mr. Brockman and Mr. Larson are still here because all those kind words, they have to be feeling a little intimidating. Mr. Brockman, like, he's gonna find the perfect candidate for us. And Mr. Larson's gonna be filling in interim, but I have some words for you. So, I worked with several people, and we developed a proclamation for Rob Wyman. I'm keeping this light
Rob's last day in the office, but for the city of Newcastle, it really is unlucky. Now therefore, I, Linda Higgins, Mayor of the City of Newcastle, proclaim Friday, May 13th, 2022, as Rob Wyman Day in the City of Newcastle, and invite all residents and businesses to join me in thanking him for 21 years of service to the city. He truly is truly America's. Hi, Rip. I'm saying this so I catch it all the time, but I did figure out it's now hi, Rip. So prepare, Bob. Thanks, Ralph.
All right. Moving on, we have our own superhero in the audience, Chief Hauk. And he is going to present the quarterly police report with all good news and crime is down, right?
Oh, that guy left earlier.
Oh.
First, before I get started, I too want to thank Rob. I don't know if I was supposed to say this at another time, but too late. I'm saying it now. He's the only city manager I've ever known. So, but I've heard nightmares about others, and I get to tell people what a great one I work with. So I appreciate it. Wish you the best of luck, and I'm jealous. I'm not jealous that you have a 2-year-old, but so your retirement is in quotes. But yeah, echo what everybody else said. I appreciate working with you. It's been a great time, and wish you the best of luck. So I also want to apologize for my attire. I planned on coming in my uniform straight from my daughter's softball game at Newport High School up the street. And I got here and realized that I had my uniform and these shoes, so I didn't want to put that on. So that's why I'm wearing this. All right, I will hurry up and blow through this, and maybe you won't have lots of questions about the big numbers. So as we've all talked about before, this comes from the stats that we keep from the King County Sheriff's Office that are sent to the FBI. All of this stuff sort of changed a couple of years ago. And this is just a look at the crimes, specific crimes that really get folks excited for the first quarter of 2022. So like I said, a few years ago, it changed into crimes against persons, crimes against property, and crimes against society. These are the lists of what fits under what. First quarter crimes against comparison, you'll notice that the property crimes are up. Crimes against persons, about the same. Society is about, it was 1 last year in 2021, and it was 0 this year. You go back 1. The property crimes, again, burglary, fraud, vandalism, larcenies, and robberies. So just so you know, for those of you who haven't seen this or don't remember it. And then 2 forward. Specific crime comparisons, this was our big issue here. Burglaries. I'm sure you've seen the recent burglary at the White residence. That's actually not in this quarter, unfortunately. There was like 3 in a row in 3 days. But that sort of stuff is going on. It's mostly during the day, actually. It's not a lot of where people are, in their house asleep and somebody's breaking in the window. And coming in or anything like that. It's while people are out at work, now that people are actually going back to work again rather than working from home, is kind of what we're thinking. So it's being out as much as we can with as many officers as we can. It's going to work on that, and good detective work, and we're doing the best we can there. So types of larcenies. This was actually a surprise to me. The taken from auto, so the car prowls, you know, the stuff that gets stolen out of your car, that's actually happening less. Not by a lot, but any downward movement is I'm happy to see that. The auto parts is your catalytic converters. We've tried all sorts of things. I can go into detail about. You've seen the PSA I put out on Facebook on how to mark your catalytic converter. We've tried to find events like they've had in Bellevue and Renton at shops, but it's nothing really around here. And honestly, to be 100% honest, engraving your catalytic converter is not going to keep it from being stolen. It's just not. So, next. What happens to these people over the past 3 months? Those are 16 individuals that we've charged. That doesn't mean they've only been charged with 16 crimes. So if we arrested one person and they were charged with multiple crimes, it still only counts as one on here. That's just the individual. So we've caught several people off of fingerprints recently. They're wearing masks, but they're not wearing gloves. We're working on that. We're doing our best. We're sending stuff to the King County Prosecuting Attorney's Office, and they're working their magic there. I'll leave it at that. Accidents, tickets, comparisons. This one really hurts. You'll notice for the first quarter of this year, we wrote a total of 46 tickets. That's compared to last year at 332. I'll address that right now. It's because of the lack of the staffing that we have. We have exactly the number of officers we need to cover just the patrol shifts that we have. We don't have anything extra like we did last year. We had a traffic officer that was hurt. We lost 2 officers, one that left the state altogether and got out of law enforcement, or excuse me, 3 officers. One that left the state altogether, one that got out of law enforcement to sell medical equipment, and another that lost his job because he didn't get his COVID shot per the King County mandate. And our traffic officer was injured for basically the last year, was going to come back. The surgery didn't take, so they had to do some other stuff and didn't come back. He did come back about 2 weeks ago. He's part-time. And this number for the last 2 weeks, so for the first 3 months, we wrote 46 tickets. In the last 2 weeks, we've written 58 because he's back. And that gives us more room for our patrol officers to work on patrol and the 911 calls and vacation house checks and all that other fun stuff we get to do, and have somebody dedicated for all the traffic complaints we get. So those will come back up. I don't have any doubt that we'll be back up close to where we were last year come the second quarter. Calls for service have gone up a bit, not a ton, 10% or so since the first quarter of last year. There's more people that live here. There's more people out and about. That's about it on that. Highlights, we got more funding for traffic safety grants, which I also used for starting that. I wasn't able to start using it until May. So in May, I told you there was 50-something, 54, 58, I can't remember. I'll go with 54, the lower number of what has been written in the last 2 weeks. In the month of April, when I was starting to be able to use the traffic safety grant money, we've written 77. So I was using traffic safety grant money for overtime to pay people to come do traffic stuff. Hazelwood Elementary Fundraiser, I took part in that. I was supposed to pay up on it yesterday, but the kid was sick. I'm going to give him a ride. There's 2 of them. Raise money for the PTA at Hazelwood Elementary, where they get to ride to school in my car, which and it doesn't seem like that much fun, but apparently it is. So I take them to Starbucks before school, pick them up after, they get to turn the lights on, all that kind of fun stuff. Sadly, I think the ride on the fire truck got more money, but we continue doing birthday deliveries. So if anybody's got a birthday, old, young, middle-aged, 39 for those people that never want to turn 40, just let us know. We're happy to do it. We enjoy interacting with the public on a positive manner. So the Chase Bank robbery. So as you know, the Chase Bank got robbed by a gentleman who then continued to rob banks all around King County. Ours was one of the first 3 in one day that he robbed. Our detective actually took the lead on all of those cases. So she worked her tail off and eventually got a suspect ID'd, got cars ID'd, all that kind of stuff. Ended up serving a search warrant down in Federal Way, where luckily enough, he had a Ring camera that recorded himself coming back from one of the robberies. Pretty good, pretty fun, but it was really neat. It was great for her to be able to do that. And like I said, our bank was one of the first ones that was hit, and then several other all around King County, and she took the lead on all of those cases, did a wonderful job. So real proud of her work on that. The rest were up, like I was talking about, and Deputy Jeffers, she's our new, we were able to replace one of the outgoing officers with her. She's on graveyard. She's part of the Sheriff's Office C&T, Crisis Negotiation Team. So real happy to have her here. Those are, as you know, this day and age, talking to people is and I'm all for it, always have been. I'd rather talk than fight somebody, but she's trained in doing this. So people having mental health crisis, we have somebody on graveyard right now, and Detective Bertner is actually also on C&T. But so we have somebody during the day and at night that is trained in crisis negotiation here in the city. So real happy to have her. She's a great addition so far, and I believe that's it. Yeah.
Thank you, Chief Hauk. Any questions out there? All right.
A question, Madam Mayor.
Oh, go ahead.
Real quick, Chief, thanks for the presentation. What's your outlook on the manning through the rest of the year? I mean, you see us, when do we get back to 11? That's my first question. And then we just got a new King County Sheriff appointed. I think it was today. How will that impact us at all?
Okay, so we're not to get too deep into the weeds. We've never had 11. We've been authorized to have 11, but the council's authorized to have 11. We've never been able to get that 11th officer from the county. The most we've ever had is 10. Currently, we have 8.5 because the guy that got hurt is back for 5 hours a day for the next 2 weeks and before he's released back to full duty. I've been told by the chief of field operations from the sheriff's office that that if I get a transfer request from someone, they'll sign it and give me that person. That'll bring us up to 10, which is what the highest we've ever been, or ties for the highest we've ever been. The problem I'm having is getting somebody to work, because I want that person on graveyard because it's the least 2-person covered shift that we have, and I don't want to just take anybody. So I'm looking for the right person, and supposedly if I can find somebody, and I've got it, I'm pretty close to getting that transfer request. I'm fairly confident that by the beginning of summer, June even, that I can identify somebody and get them here to get us to 10. The 11th body, I wouldn't hold my breath for a while. That's the sheriff's office itself is 152 bodies down. So while it would be great, and we could scream and yell at the top of our lungs that we want that body, we've been paying it forever, so have the much about the contract. So as far as the new sheriff, I couldn't be more thrilled with their selection. That's who I wanted out of those three candidates. I think they were all qualified, but I've worked with, I call her Patty, I should call her Sheriff Cole Tyndall, for several years now. I have a great working relationship. She, I think she said in her press conference, one of the first things she's going to address is the staffing. So I'm more than cautiously optimistic that it's going to turn around. It's just that it's a big boat, and it takes a while to turn it around. So, yep.
All right, Chief Hauk, thank you. And it was nice to see our returning officer last week when I ran into him up here at City Hall. Nice to have him back.
Oh, you ran into him here, not on the road. Okay.
Yeah, I did. But, you know, I will tell you, he told me where I lived, so I should watch my speeding.
Okay.
So, and
Yeah, 116th gets a lot of complaints. So.
I know it. And I think we can be very pleased with the appointment of Patty Coltonville. Yeah. And I know that City Manager Wyman played a part of that interview too, so thank you for that. All right, City Manager Wyman, now you get a moment to shine.
So just a couple updates in addition to the written report that's in the packet. I'm happy to answer any questions that are in there as well. Was going to mention also about the sheriff appointment. I will echo everything Jason said. I've worked with or Patty too, I got to change the name. Patty called Tyndall for a number of years. She is excellent, and we've already had conversations about specifically Newcastle, how to get that 11th officer. So she's doing a lot on the hiring side, or will be soon, but also looking at how they calculate our needs a little bit differently than the past, which will benefit Newcastle. Couple other things to note, if you didn't notice, the governor announced that he is rescinding Proclamation 2028, which is the part of the emergency that required us to have remote meetings. So that order goes away June 1st. We're obviously ahead of the game here. We're back in person. But if you recall, what the status was is you had to, at minimum, offer remote access for your full meeting. So we're in the perfect state. We're in a hybrid world. That's encouraged in the new law that came out as well. So we're going to keep that up. Speaking of our live meetings, so last meeting, of course, was the first meeting we had in person again. I think in my report I had some numbers about 71 views on on YouTube Live. Those were a kind of a mixture of views. So if somebody went in and clicked on it, came back again and clicked on it again, it counted as 2, and they went again, it'd be 3. I have a little bit more refined numbers. So we had 38 unique views. So 38 different people who viewed at least part of that YouTube Live feed. They averaged a watch time of 44 minutes. And so this is great. We get really good analytics, and Kate will continue to provide this going forward. We had 13 people who watched it live. So there were 13 people in real time watching the council meeting. Those other people came later, which is fine as well, of course. So we're going to keep monitoring this and see. That was the first time using it. So that's actually pretty good numbers. The very first time for the public to be able to find it, know how to use it, and spend a good amount of time on it. So obviously we prefer people in person if possible, but it's a great tool. Speaking of great tools, just a reminder that the AWC conference is coming up in June, June 21st through 24th in Vancouver, Washington. We already have one council member registered. I would strongly encourage anybody who can attend. They're really great conferences. They are, and this is the annual conference, and it is your peers. These are city council members, mayors who attend. The sessions are usually really good, but even more important than the sessions are the opportunity to sit around and talk to, again, your peers and, talk to them about the problems you're having. I don't like my city manager. What do I do about it? I'm joking, hopefully. But no, it is really a great time to talk to other people and kind of accelerate the learning process of being on council. I promised former council member Simpson I would mention that the Friends of the Newcastle Library are having their giant, I think, annual book sale. It is June 10th, Friday, June 10th, and Saturday, June 11th at the Newcastle Library. Is that all day? Okay, and if you still want to, 10 to 5, thank you. And that day before, on Thursday the 9th, you can still drop off books. They'll be setting up that day as well. Couple more updates. We had final interview today for the surface water specialist position. So of course that's Matt Quarton's old position. Really good candidate that we've identified, and so we're moving into the final stage here, and hopefully that all works out. Someone who I think you'll be very proud and happy to have on board. On a sad note, on the employee side, we received notice that Dave Vandewey, our esteemed senior planner, I don't know if Dave is in the audience actually, he is not. So Dave's wife accepted a job in Oklahoma. She works for the University of Washington. She teaches in the medical department over there, and she got a job. They are moving, and very sad for the city. Obviously, there's a lot of changes going on in the community development department with Director Osgathorpe retiring August 1st. So Dave's last day will be July 15th, which is exactly, it'll give him a full 4-year on his anniversary here. But for those of you who haven't worked with Dave or don't know Dave, he's one of the best planners I've ever worked with or interacted with in any city. If you've seen him present, you know that. And so it's a big loss for the city, certainly. But he's excited to get the opportunity to move to a place where houses are more affordable and a fresh start out there. The last kind of update item is the old Starbucks across the street that's been vacant for a very long time. Finally, we received the permit in for tenant improvement, and there'll be a restaurant use, which, as I mentioned a long time ago, the broker told me it was going to be. So there will be a small plate restaurant going in there. So they'll be open for lunch and dinner. They'll serve wine. Go in there and get a glass of wine, have a meal or a light meal anyway. For those of you who ever go out to dinner in Seattle and Ballard, Heel Tap and Brimmer is a restaurant out there. It's the same owners of that restaurant, and I've eaten there a few times. The food is outstanding. It's really good. So hopefully they have a similar chef coming over. But yeah, they're a quality establishment over there. So that'd be a really good benefit for Newcastle, having another choice for a place to go eat and drink. And finally, just real quick, I just want to thank everybody who came out tonight, who made comments, who wrote me and called me, and all of the, I don't like being the center of attention. I know I'm the city manager and that's part of the job, but it's usually not about me unless they're, complaining about something or need help with something that I can handle really well. But the kind words are harder for me to hear, but it really means a ton to me. Seeing the face, it's Pam Lee from day one for me. I looked it up the other day. There have been 33 city council members in the city of Newcastle since our incorporation, and I've worked with 30 of 33. As my time as community development director and city manager, of course. And so, seeing some of the ones who've left already, but seeing their faces here, it really just kind of puts it all in perspective how long you've been here. But for me, I think Carol mentioned and the mayor mentioned some projects and certain things that have happened, and I'll remember those, but that's not the memories I have. It's all of the people, all of the council members I've worked with, all of the business owners and residents. That's the most important thing. The staff we've had here, the outstanding staff that have come through here over the years, that's my greatest takeaway, and my favorite part of my time here is just working with everybody. It's been a great time and a great ride. It's had some bumps here and there, but I wouldn't change a thing. So thank you for having me for all these years. And with that, I will shut up. But thank you, everybody, and I'll let the mayor take back over again, unless council has any questions.
Sir. Thank you. Any questions for City Manager Wyman? All right, thank you. Okay, that brings us to the consent agenda. Move to approve the consent agenda. Any motions out there?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Villasenor, seconded by Deputy Mayor Sherlock to approve the consent agenda. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Moving on, we have a very ambitious, we have no public hearing, no unfinished business. We do have a very ambitious general business agenda tonight, and we will kick it off. I'll turn it over to Director Osgathorpe for discussion about the Bima House Historical Park and subdivision proposal. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council and members of the public. I'm going to introduce one person, and then I'll let him introduce his team tonight. David Macduff is with Intracourt, and he's got a presentation that I'm sure you'll all be intrigued to watch. This pertains, of course, to the Lee property that we've heard so much about tonight. And I'll just say that I became familiar with the Lee property when I first started. I was one of the first development sites that I was introduced to, and I met Selena Lee early on, and actually I met her at the home up there at the site. She walked the site with me, showed me the home, and you know, we talked about some of the challenges that the Lees have had trying to develop the site. This is a prime development site. There's nearly 7.5 acres in total, 6 parcels, I believe. It's zoned R4, so this is a development site, but it's got 2 major challenges, you know, for the developer to work with. One, of course, is the house that we've heard so much about tonight, this very historic home. This home is the only surviving structure associated with the early development of coal mining history in Newcastle. You know, we have that house, we have the cemetery, so as far as just, you know, things on the ground, that's it. There's a lot of pieces of our history that I'm sure will be more introduced to as this is developed more fully, and there's a place to put them. But the house is a big thing. The site then has the 2 challenges being, one, the house, and also the site is encumbered by coal mine hazards. You know, there's these coal mine tailings, and so both of those items create a challenge to any developer, and particularly since the house is kind of central to the site. It's not like it's off on a corner somewhere where you can just leave it alone. It's really tough to develop a site like this with this house just sort of front and center, if you will. You know, as I talked with the Lees about the development of the site, I come to understand that there were a couple different pre-apps that they had on this before my arrival with the city. And by the way, this was back in 2017. And so prior to that, there were at least 2 pre-apps. But it seemed that each time the developer just kind of got cold feet, if you will. Maybe too many challenges, I don't know. So that's when Selena and I kind of started to talk about how can we, you know, make this thing so that it's less intimidating to a would-be developer. And so this idea of the MOU we kind of bantered about. And I will say, and I want to stress that an MOU is not a requirement to do a development agreement, which is where this is going, by the way. This was just something to give, you know, a potential developer of the site a little more confidence, a little more understanding of what the city council would like to see, and at a high level, you know, what the give and take might be. So it was never intended to be a detailed statement of the finances and even the numbers. You know, it was just a high level picture, if you will, of what the city council would entertain. It was clearly non-binding. So this memorandum of understanding is a non-binding document. But again, it was something to give, you know, a developer like Intracourt here just a little better sense of what the city, what the council, you know, would entertain as the site develops. The Intracourt idea kind of came as the last one we've seen. And prior to this, by the way, we saw 2 that I saw. There was one that was for single-family homes. That was Pulte Development. Didn't really look much like what the MOU really anticipated. The next one, it was more of the townhome approach. And that kind of surprised us. That wasn't something we were expecting. It surprised us. And that fell through for, you know, I don't know what reasons. But Intracourt came along, and in fact, they initially looked at the townhome concept, but pretty early on abandoned that, realizing that this is really better set for single-family homes, that it's more characteristic of the neighborhood. And they had some ideas as to how to cluster this and use some architecture to reflect the structure, the architecture of the Bima home, and all that kind of visionary stuff was laid out in the MOU. So that's why this is before you tonight. And by the way, there's no expected action tonight. This is the developer's presentation to you. They're just wanting to kind of introduce this. I don't know if there'll be any feedback opportunities. We'll see how that plays out. There is no formal application on this right now, which is why this can come before you tonight technically and not be a problem of ex-party contacts or anything along those lines. There's no formal application right now. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to David Macduff and let him introduce his team and share what he has to share with you.
Steve, thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, council members, staff, who we had a pleasure to work with over the last year, and members of the public who are here. We've also had the pleasure to work with this evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Dave Macduff, and I'm the project manager for Intracourt on the Lee property. The master plan that we're going to be sharing this evening, and this is, what we're doing is, this is open book. We haven't applied for anything yet, but this is such an important property, and the process that's anticipated through the memorandum of understanding using a development agreement, and the process we intend to go through, this was our opportunity before we get into that quasi-judicial, just to let you hear from us how we're approaching it, what we're listening to, and the direction we're proceeding. So the master plan that we'll be sharing this evening incorporates all of the elements anticipated in the existing memorandum of understanding between the city and the Lee family. And that's for the creation of the new park, the new city park with a historic nod, as well as a complementary residential neighborhood of approximately, well, not approximately, of 37 single-family detached homes. Our team has worked very closely with staff, the property owners, we very much appreciate, and key stakeholders over the last year to learn their vision for the property. We're really coming in and trying to pick up a vision that was started several years ago, and we're trying to help execute a vision that was created, not create a new vision. So the three things we hope to do this evening. First, we'll share our master plan vision for the Lee property and our methodology for how that plan was developed. Second of all, as you'll hear, we will be requesting a development agreement to implement the memorandum of understanding and to address several code modifications that will allow us to achieve the vision of the master plan itself. Our goal is to actually minimize any asks in the development agreement. The development agreement itself that we'll be pursuing is going to inform a planned unit development application that we'll be applying for using existing city code, which provides, really, we expect all the other flexibility we need to achieve the vision itself. So finally, as mentioned, at some point here, we would love an opportunity to get some feedback from council on the direction that we're heading prior to our submitting a development agreement application. Next slide. Thank you. Thanks, Jeff. I think everybody knows where the Lee property is. It's about a 7.5 acre site located just south of 71st Street and at the intersection of 136 as well. To the east, you've got the Newcastle Golf Course up the hill, and to the north of the property. To the south is the China Falls neighborhood, and to the west, a residential neighborhood, with the property sitting kind of down in a hollow of itself. Next slide would be great. Fortunately, everybody has the memorandum of understanding, and I hope has familiarity with it, so I'll be very brief on this. In June of 2018, the City Council approved resolution number 2018-738, which, to paraphrase, set in place a public-private partnership to allow for preservation of the Weimar House, which is a King County landmark, through the creation of a new city park on the Lee property. One of the critical things is that the new park design and construction of the park will be funded by the developer of the project and upon completion dedicated to the city. And the park design will include all the elements of the MOU, as I mentioned, including relocation of the historic Weimar House and 3 related outbuildings, trails, landscaping and lighting, interpretive signage, incorporation of historic elements as provided for us to use, and a fully serviced restroom pad. Those are the minimum things that this new park will include. We can go to the next page. Oh, there we go. Thank you. This page really highlights the key stakeholders that we've been working with and to help inform us. But what it also presents is just our best understanding, a very high level of the process of how a development agreement and PUD application move through the process together. What I think is really important is everywhere you see in blue says, we recognize there's going to be significant public participation in this process as the development agreement moves through the process and as the PUD application moves through the process as well. So with those comments, I'd now like to introduce my co-presenters, Tabor Caton. Tabor is a principal with the Weissman Design Group and really helped take the lead on all the historic elements, the horizontal elements you see as you move through the community. And a big component of the MOU is to create an architecture for the residential community that respects and is has continuity with the new historic park that's built. So I also have Megan McKay and Ray Johnston, principals of Johnston Architects, with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. I think this was made clear during the public comment period, but I just wanted to start out and convey the significance of this site in the history of Newcastle. This was the site of the historic town that supported the mining activities between the mid-1800s to the mid-1900s. The only remaining residential building is the Bima House and its outbuildings that still sit on the site today. As David mentioned, the site's about 7.5 acres. There's 6 single-family homes that sit on the site, including the Bima House, several critical areas on the site, including wetlands and a stream. And there is an area of waste rock near the northwest portion, resulting from mining activities that will be remediated during the development process. Next slide, please. This is a broad overview of our master plan. We're going to be delving into it a little bit deeper in a couple minutes. I should note from this slide forward, north has been rotated to the left, just for the screen format, fits better for orientation. The centerpiece of this master plan is the new public park on the corner of 71st and 136th, boxed in blue. This will be a new public park for the relocated Bima House and its outbuildings. It will be a complete park, as David mentioned, including landscaping, interpretive and wayfinding signage, parking and restroom utility connections. This was all the minimum contemplated in the MOU, but we're going above and beyond in this master plan with some superior design elements, some of which include a Swanson Memorial, an important figure in the history of the Newcastle mining community, modern interpretation of the Lee's Knot Garden in the new landscape design, incorporation of historic artifacts throughout the site, not just the public park, and a through-site walking trail. Cohesive architectural expression on the homes, the single-family homes on the site. Substantial critical area buffer enhancements, and just additional public trails and sidewalks tying to the existing network. Next slide, please. Master plan contains 4 elements. Again, that public park in pink, connected to a spine of active open space, as you see in blue, cutting diagonally through the site. This will extend the public trail network through the site. This is flanked in orange by 37 2 to 3 story, about 3,000 square foot single family homes. And then lastly, in the yellow, critical area preservation and restoration. We've really tried to cluster the development away from this area to allow substantial restoration of this area. Before we delve into the design specifics, I just want to thank the Newcastle Historical Society. We really drew significant design inspiration from the Coals of Newcastle, 100 Years of Hidden History publication. All of the black and white imagery you're going to see on the following pages is from that book and from contributions from individual members. So thank you very much. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tabor from Wiseman, and she's going to talk about the horizontal plane character, meaning the landscape and open space.
Thank you, everybody. Again, my name is Tabor Caton from Wiseman Design Group, principal at that office, as well as a member of the Seattle Landmarks Preservation Board. So history is very important to me, and preserving historical sites is something that I love doing. So as you can see here, this is the overall that Megan just showed, and you'll see 3 large boxes there. And those are the enlargements that we're going to dive into a little bit more. But before we move on, I would like to share with you kind of some of the other elements that we're not going to see in those enlargements. And that includes, robust landscape buffers along 71st and 138th. We're going to be doing an extension of the Thomas Rouse Trail along 136th. It also includes that enhanced wetland buffer restoration between the houses and 138th. A couple other things to keep in mind is that there's an extensive trail system that's going to wind from the park all the way through the active open space areas of the development, and extending up to 138th. So that's sort of the spine around which all this recreation is attached. You'll see a lot of detail in these drawings, and we just want you to know that these are concepts, they are ideas, they are not set in stone, so that's very important. Additionally, the site is in a fill condition, and that has to do with the environmental remediation due to the history of the mining activity on the site. But additionally, it allows us opportunity to create nice connection within the development. So, next slide, please. Megan mentioned some of the history that we did, and we wanted to give you a sense of kind of the effort that we've gone into in bringing that history forward. And so what you'll see on the left is a series of historical images that are arranged around different landscape elements. And then on the right, modern interpretations of those elements. So we're going to move through these kind of quickly, but they're there for you to digest. They're design ideas that have informed our design going forward. So you'll see things like wood and fencing, and we can move quickly. So architectural elements related to the artifacts that are there, metal, how are those reinterpreted in the project going forward? You'll see our Newcastle signs. We've got stone elements and paving and boardwalks. We're really trying to pull those historical elements. How do they inform our choices? So that's what we're looking at here. Play and garden, those ideas of gathering and activity, how is that informing both the park and the development at large. So this is the Bima House Park, for lack of an official title, that's what we're calling it. What you'll see in blue, it's a little bit hard to see on the screen, but the blue elements that are listed there are all the pieces that are required by the MOU. And that includes the relocated Bima House in the same orientation and relationship to the outbuildings as it is now. The Bima House is rotated 180 degrees, and that's really to have the front door be the primary entrance. It also allows us greater ADA accessibility to the building. You'll see elements such as the interpretive signage, reusing the artifacts, and the restroom pad, as well as the bathrooms. And what else you'll see there is all the items in black. And those are the items that we feel really bring public benefit and a greater enhancement to the park. So you'll see, entry signage, entry elements, seating, parking, picnic tables, landscaping. We're envisioning some garden plots that could be planted in an agricultural way that brings back some of the agricultural history that we saw on the site. So lots of other pieces that we want to include. And as you exit the park, moving up the hill, you'll see an area that we're labeling the potential Milt Swanson Memorial. And that piece, we really want to honor Milt Swanson and the preservation of the history that he's brought. None of this would be here really without him. So we feel like connecting his legacy in a physical space to the park is really critical for us. You can go to the next. So as you work your way up the hill, there's a large grade difference between what we're calling the activity lawn. Along a gravel surface path, you'll work your way up the hill to the main activity lawn, and that lawn is located on top of our stormwater detention facility. So that offers us sort of dual purpose. We have a large active open space for active recreation. It also allows views down into the park. We have a small perimeter trail that hugs the outside edge of that park, and a small seating area that's nestled into the hillside. We feel like those two combinations of things allow a lot of great multi-generational opportunities for active recreation. Grandma can come sit on the bench and watch the kids play. Parents can gather together, have a picnic on the lawn. You can go to the next. This culminates again as the trail continues, that long spine that works its way diagonally through the entire site to the main area we're calling the development part. And that's a series of recreational opportunities along this trail. First, coming to the nature play area that'll provide opportunities for climbing, exploration, digging, all sorts of different types of natural play activities. It's really needed in this area. There's not a lot of other opportunities for kids to gather and play in that way. Further along, we're coming up kind of to the terminus of the park, up in the upper corner, and that's the area we're calling the gardens. It's a different type of recreation. We have the entrance to that area is through what we're calling the Lee family and Knott Garden. So if you know the Lee family garden, we're reinterpreting that in a modern way, and that's really to acknowledge their stewardship of the Bima House. Other things in that area, there are raised garden beds, seating areas, additional interpretive signage, and trail markers, kind of culminating in a large event lawn for community gathering. So we feel that through the use of a variety of materiality and linking along this trail, we're really providing a lot of new opportunities for diverse types of active and passive recreation for both the community and for the residents of the development.
Okay, now going on to the vertical character or the architecture of the new single-family homes. We studied a lot of the architecture in the historic town of Newcastle, and one of the main features we were struck by immediately was the iconic gable roof form of all of these homes. Very simple massing, steeply pitched roof, and very thin, minimal roof overhangs, all details we want to emulate in the architecture of the new homes. Next slide, please. Next, the windows were very regular in pattern, single hung operation, taller than they were wide, and the proportion of the gable ends of the homes was very striking. Obviously, we're sizing up the scale with the new 3,000 square foot homes of modern day from the mining days, but we're hoping to maintain the proportions of the gable ends through very purposeful placement of windows. Next. Siding will be an exterior materiality, will be drawn from the palette used in the mining town. Board and batten, wood shingles, lap siding. They had very interesting garage doors, which will add a lot of interest to the homes. These wide, even diagonal planking that we see, very cool details. So we're going to have 3 primary home types on the property. Obviously, there's going to be some aesthetic variations within each home type, but based on how the homes meet grade and their position with exterior and internal streets. So starting in the blue, the homes fronting 138th and 71st are our street fronting homes. They're going to have pedestrian oriented entries on those exterior streets, and vehicular access is going to be from the back internal streets. In the center portion where the grading is really flat, as Tabor mentioned, we're on a fill site. Those are going to be our uphill homes in the pink. And then where grade transitions downhill into the wetland in the orange section, we're going to have our downhill units. They're going to be 2 stories facing the street, 3 stories in the downhill portion facing the wetland. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ray Johnston, founding partner of Johnston Architects, to show how we've applied these concepts to the preliminary home design concepts. Thank you.
Thanks, Megan. You know, it's really interesting to take a historic site and a historic concept and apply modern design to the products that we're going to occupy it with. And one thing you start realizing early on is there's an affinity. There's something about these shapes and the way they were decorated and the way the windows were organized that really resonates with us all. And some of those things are modern principles today. For example, the very large windows. Their aspect is tall, but if you look at buildings from that era, you'll see that there are very large single windows that bring light into the room. Siding tends to be pretty simple. The types that Megan identified from the original village are the types that we intend to use, you know, giving texture and form to each of the buildings. And then the roof form is really critical. It's something that really resonates. And if you take that roof form, originally they were from a 6 and 12 to a 12 and 12 slope. And what we're proposing today is in that zone as well. If we were to flatten it out, it truly would be a different kind of development, different kind of building. These sketches are the street-facing units. You see basically an interior street and a front street with entryways on each side. You can see the use of some sort of wood material for the entry doors and garage doors, make them special, not just what you usually see in developments like this. Next slide, please. And then the uphill houses, which are really on more of a flat central site, where 3 stories are shown on both sides, have the same kinds of large windows ganged for the uses inside, the living room, for example, with the 4 windows, but they're also modulated a little bit with decks and balconies that help give a little more interest to those roof forms and building forms. And then the third type, next slide, is one that's really from the street, from the interior street of the development. It's 2 stories, as Megan mentioned, and then as it falls away towards the wetland below, it becomes 3 stories. So we're real excited about applying these principles that we've been talking about to these buildings. We'll be adding further detail and variation to give the overall development a sense of character and organic quality, and at the same time really stay true to the goal of evoking the original Newcastle village. Thank you.
Okay, so we intend to come forward in the near future with a development agreement application, or DA application. So we are going to be asking for flexibility on 3 areas in that DA application. And this was contemplated in the MOU, which kind of stated that could possibly include modifications to density and some dimensional provisions in the code. So the first request is for additional density, the first item here on the left. We're asking for 37 single-family homes on the site, which is 4 additional homes over the available density in the PUD. This is in-kind compensation for the increased cost of development related to the superior design elements we've outlined and the public park. And this density remains less than the maximum yield under current single-family zoning. Secondly, we're asking for 2 feet of additional height for 16 of the 37 homes in order to provide the steeply pitched gable roof that we feel is really important to reflect the history of the site and provide a sensitive context for the Weimar House. This is for the 16 units in the center of the site and fronting 138th. We feel, again, as Ray said, this is superior design over a flattened roof, which would be a much more modern or contemporary take than what we're hoping for in the architecture. And third, we're asking for the storm outfall location from the vault that is under the activity lawn into the critical area buffer. We've got a wetland biologist on the project team, so we're working closely with them to make sure that this will replicate natural hydrology in the area. There's an existing single-family home on this area of the site that will be removed, and that area will be kind of remediated and restored. So we'll be seeing a net increase in habitat, hydrological, and water quality functions in that site area over the existing conditions. In closing, we hope that this is a compelling sneak peek at the master plan and architecture for this property. And what we're hoping today is some initial thoughts, feedback, particularly about the 3 requests for flexibility that we'll be making during the development agreement process. So, thank you. Any questions?
And Mayor, if I could just make one
Of
follow-up
course, go
comment,
ahead, please.
if I may. The one thing that I think has allowed this proposal to gain more traction than the previous is there's a number 4 statement in the memorandum of understanding, and that statement pertained to the Lee's consulting with the design firm experienced in, among other things, historic preservation and design. And under sub A there, that it envisioned concepts that depict the location of the park and related structures to the house, and an architectural standard for structures that respect historic character of the Weimar House, and creating a context for its placement. And those are all the kind of buzzwords and things, you know, that I'm familiar with when I did historic preservation in Park City years ago, and some similar approaches here. But I have really appreciated this developer's sensitivity and their expertise in that area, because we didn't get that from the previous developer. So I just want to kind of put that out there as and from my perspective, how this has gained more traction than the other proposals.
Great, thank you, and thank you to the Intracourt team, and Mr. Wyman, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to piggyback one extra thought that aligns with what Steve just said. So it's not just the words that are in that agreement and the quality of the work we've seen so far, because I think, all of us work in different fields and maybe have different experience, but the team of Intracourt on the development side, their reputation is outstanding. We've worked with them in the past. They do incredible work, and Johnston Architects, to have them involved in a project like this, I would highly encourage you to go to the website and look at the quality of work they do in houses. We are very lucky, if this project goes forward, to have a team like that doing this work. So this is, I would say it's the A team that we could ever hope for to do this kind of thing. So thank you guys for the work.
Thank you. All right, any questions for the presenters? Any comments? Councilmember Clark, I see your microphone coming on. Yeah, that would be me. So go ahead, and then Councilmember Villas, I'm sorry, Director Osgathorpe.
My mic was on, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's you. Oh, boy, okay, Councilmember Clark, then Councilmember Villasenor.
Director Osgathorpe was excited to tell us he's going to stay another year since Dave's leaving, isn't that right? I think that's what it was. Yeah. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. You obviously put a lot of work into this effort, and working with the community, it's very impressive, especially the historical stuff, right? I'm a big fan of historical stuff, and I would love to see a nice park. But I'm going to throw a little cold water on things. I'm sorry to say I have a few concerns that not related to the development that you have presented, right? I mean, I don't really have an issue with that so much as I'm concerned about the impacts on the surrounding community. And specifically, I'll point to a couple of things. From the planned unit development, this is the code chapter in our city ordinance. Excuse me, I'm sorry. A couple of things stand out. Under I won't read the section number, but there's a section here that says maintenance, landscaping, and common open space shall be maintained permanently by the property owners association or the owner of the PUD or the agents thereof, and shall be shall be periodically inspected by the city and blah blah. So the way I read that is that the homeowners for this development are required to create an HOA and maintain the park themselves. And that's how I interpret it. And I was curious, and I have a series of questions, but the first question, I guess, would be, what is the thoughts of an HOA? Has that been considered as part of this process? And how would they interact with these parks and properties?
Certainly, Councilmember Clark. What we've tried to do is embrace the MOU to the T. And so, yes, we will have an HOA for the project. Specifically, the MOU contemplates carving off the new city park and dedicating that to the city, with the expectation the city, per the MOU, will maintain the park once it's constructed and delivered. So that's part of the answer. But as it pertains to any of the private property improvements, such as the recreation lawn area, trails, all that will be subject to the HOA and their maintenance.
Okay, all right. Also on the PUD application, or excuse me, the code, there's a section that talks about, the city may approve or approve with conditions a preliminary PUD if, and then there's a series of things here. And under subsection 3, it's the PUD provides streets and pedestrian facilities that are suitable and adequate to carry anticipated traffic within the proposed project and in the vicinity of the proposed project. So this is where my concern lies, my main concern. So 136 Avenue Southeast that leaves that property and comes down to Golf Course Road is a very substandard street, right? It's narrow, it's dark, it's going to take a lot more traffic, and you can't walk on it, now, even if you wanted to. So a lot of the people that may come to this park would come out of the Newcastle Commons, and that's their only way to get there. So there's no adequate pedestrian access on that street. So my concern is also as that street comes out onto Golf Course Road, right at a kind of a blind corner. So in the afternoon when people are coming home from work, that's backed up going one way. You can't make a left turn there. And even if there weren't cars there, you gotta kind of gun it around the corners, hopefully nobody's coming around and hitting you. So I'm concerned about the street access on 136. It's a very huge concern of mine and the neighbors in China Falls. Now, there's not a lot of people here from China Falls, but last year when this project was being looked at, there was a lot of comments from China Falls about this particular issue. So I know we get development fees from this project related to traffic impact and so on, but it wouldn't be a fraction of what the city was going to have to pay to upgrade this road inevitably, and we will have to do that because it will become a danger. So my concern is has there been any consideration beyond this project to improving that street? And I see on your sketches, in the corner of 138th and 71st, there's kind of an imaginary line going off. That potential street might be there, I guess, out to Golf Course Road. What is your consideration given to these streets surrounding the project?
You know, I think the most appropriate answer for this evening is we have a very qualified traffic engineering firm on board. We've actually done considerable traffic analysis, and that analysis will be made available through the PUD process. And actually, so we're very much aware of this, of the issues you're bringing up. I won't attempt to answer any of them now, but we're very aware and believe we've got very reasonable responses when traffic comes up.
Right, and I understand you're not going to have an answer for me, but this, was advertised as a way for us to express what we'd like to see. Now,
absolutely.
The development agreement, or excuse me, the MOU was signed. There's 6 new members here since that was signed, so we probably have a little bit of a different vision, perhaps. And that is a big, huge concern to me because the city will end up improving this road at our own cost after this development is created, and that's a problem for me because money's tight. We don't have it. It's not a planned thing right now, so I'm really worried about that. As the project per se, I think you did a great job. I don't have a problem. It's private property. If you can develop it, it's fine. But it's the surrounding areas and the connection potentially from 138th over to China Falls that was expressly brought up as a concern by the residents last year from China Falls, that they don't want people going backwards into their community if we would like people to kind of funnel out of that area.
I'll give you one traffic response because we knew this was an issue of sensitivity a year ago when we were thinking 72 homes, not 37 homes. So I let the traffic get out. First of all, we've had considerable conversation with staff about that future connection. And it is a plat condition that at the city's discretion, they will determine that connection will be made. Our understanding is that connection will be made. So what we did is we looked at the traffic flow, projected traffic flows, specifically for that intersection. Actually, if 138th is connected to China Falls, more traffic will come from China Falls past our project to get down to Golf Course Road than will go from our project into China Falls because there's not a reason for our residents to go there if all the services, schools, everything are the other way. All this can be demonstrated, will be demonstrated through traffic reports. So we're very much aware of that. The other thing you brought up, I think, is another great point, is 136th is really kind of a sacred stretch of road in front of the Lee property. And we very much understood that. And so we have, during the development of this concept, knowing we were going through the PUD process, worked with staff to come up with road design concepts that we've been able to share with them to see is there a deviation process that minimizes the impact to the corridors that matter in the way they matter and meet the traffic safety requirements that are required. So as Tabor mentioned, one of the things we're looking at doing is extending the China Falls Road, which is Thomas Rouse Road, where it ends at China Falls. We've had significant discussion with staff about extending that walkway all along 136th, but actually doing it so it's a combination boardwalk and paved access to minimize tree removal. So we've put a tremendous amount of effort into understanding what matters. We have all the arborist reports to look at how you do that, and probably about a third of 136th from China Falls up to 71st could be a boardwalk, just to make sure you minimize trees you have to remove because the roots are disturbed. That's maybe more than you want to keep. Sorry.
I understand, but thank you, but my main concern, I would say, is from that development down to Golf Course Road. That's the section.
Understand. And we agree that'll be subject to further discussion. Thank you for your comments.
Councilmember Villasenor,
Thank
go
you.
ahead, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Clark did, he asked the question I was going to about traffic. I think it's probably the most, I think it's the most important thing on my mind in terms of like how people get in and out of that particular neighborhood. I mean, I've driven it many times, and yeah, it can be a little bit tricky. That being said, I really like the design. Thank you for putting in the thought that you did. The historical elements are a really great touch. I am looking forward to the public interaction. Would love to hear what, and I hope people come out and give input. But I'm looking forward to that part of the process. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any further questions? Councilmember Lakotia?
How big is the park and how big are the houses, you thinking?
Well, the park is, pardon me. The park is kind of to be determined, but I think we're saying the concept of what we've anticipated the city would want, which is kind of the minimal land area, is about a half area. And do you guys have this image on your screen? There's a really natural grade break. You see where the trail hooks like a paper clip? That trail is actually gaining grade because there's about 15 feet, the park's about 15 feet below the path. So that to us was a really natural area somewhere in there to make the divide. And then really the park will wrap around up adjacent to the new buffers that we set. So it's about a half acre is what would be the city park with the improvements that we're showing here, plus or minus a little bit.
And yeah, how big are the houses?
Well, the houses will be approximately 3,000 square feet, and the houses are, I want to say, 30 feet wide. They're 30 feet wide, so you're about a 40-foot wide lot, and the homes are maybe 40-ish deep.
Yeah.
Okay, so that kind of gives you a footprint, sort of 30 by 40 is the footprint.
Councilmember Sharpno, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Can you talk me through the process of how you arrived at this specific level of density? I think it's been mentioned a few times that there were different considerations. I'd love to hear how we ended up here and if you think it's subject to change at all moving forward.
Well, I'll give you a high level concept of how we got here for density. The 33 unit base density we have that we would have entitled, that we believe we're entitled to under the PUD process, we worked very closely with staff and got their legal input on how we're reading the PUD code, the density incentives to get to the 33. Really, it's getting to the 37. It's the extra 4 units of density that allows us to pay the extraordinary costs of the design, the building relocations, the granting of the land, and building the turnkey park itself, as well as, again, mentioned sort of the superior design that we're doing on the homes and the extended recreational spaces through the development itself. That's essentially that's essentially our ask, is 4 units of density to help us cover the added cost of what was sought through the MOU.
Okay. Anything else? I have just one
Certainly.
desire. First of all, I really thank you for preserving Newcastle's history and demonstrating that history through this development. I'm excited to see more and learn more. And one thing I have experienced with a previous council is variations on building heights not being permitted. And my request when you come back is to have a rendering that compares, that where I can get a better visual of what it would look like if we went with the building height for the pink area at our current limit, and that versus your desire to raise it 2 feet. And I know 2 feet really seems minuscule in the whole scheme of things, but I've seen this not be allowed. And I want you to be able to demonstrate what the difference would look like.
Okay.
All right.
The only other thing we didn't touch on before I excuse myself is we're very excited to work with the community groups, the neighborhoods. There's a lot of misinformation that gets published out there. We are trying to be very transparent. That's why we're here tonight. We have a website set up for neighbors. We're doing neighborhood Zoom calls specifically for the neighbors in mid-May to begin to introduce the concept. Now that we've got a master plan concept that really has had a lot of input, certainly within its bounds, there's great opportunities with Newcastle Trails to learn more about what's possible. We've been trying to reach out to the golf course to see what's possible on their property for trail connections, down towards Newcastle Commons. So we've actually got a lot that we're trying to make happen, and we look forward to work with hopefully a pretty big tent of people to help make a phenomenal neighborhood and realize city vision for preservation of a historic part of Newcastle. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, moving on, item 11.2, Mr. Prothman, Mr. Larson, I want to thank you for your patience. I know it's been a long night. So I will ask you to step forward. You and City Manager Wyman has an introduction.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I just, you all know Mr. Prothman. Greg is here this evening to provide you an update on the process. What's in the packet, the one item that is there for your approval tonight is the contract with Bob Larson through GMP. There are a couple other attachments in there as well, and I'm sure Mr. Prothman will go over the schedule a little bit. But if there are any questions about the job description or details in there, happy to have a conversation about that tonight. But the one main takeaway tonight is for the council to formally approve the interim city manager contract.
All right, go ahead.
Really, I was going to ask you for your advice as to how you want to proceed. Before you is indeed the contract for Bob's services. So I don't know if you want to take that now, and we can chat a bit about that and see if there's any questions. If not, you might.
I'd like to get that approved tonight for
Okay.
sure, so, yes.
And then
please,
afterwards,
let's
we
go
can
ahead
talk
and
about
put
the
that
position
forward.
profile and see what questions might emerge out of that conversation.
That sounds great, thank you.
Okay. So, before you is the contract for Bob. It's on an hourly basis. And so there's no other benefits or anything else associated with it. It's just the hourly cost. It tries to approximate Bob's or Rob's. See now, Mayor, I'm doing it now. You see. It tries to approximate the city manager's total cost of compensation, and to be at least somewhere in that neighborhood. And that's how we figure the cost of it. And really, that's not much to it. For every, he'll be paid for every hour he works, but if he takes time off, you don't pay for that. So, any questions I can answer for you at this point?
Any questions? Any motions? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Charbonneau, go ahead, please.
Oh, I was gonna go for this. I'll just go for it. I move to approve Resolution 2022-902, authorizing the city manager in consultation with the city attorney to finalize and execute a contract with GMP Consultants for interim city manager services in a form substantially similar to GMP's draft contract and in a form acceptable to the city attorney.
Second. All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Charbonneau, seconded by Deputy Mayor Sherlock, to approve Resolution 2022-902, authorizing the city manager in consultation with the city attorney to finalize and execute a contract with GMP Consultants for interim city manager services in a form substantially similar to GMP's draft contract and in a form acceptable to the city attorney. Councilmember Charbonneau, would you like to speak to your motion, please?
Yes, I think it's been said in past meetings. I think Bob will do a great job as interim city manager. I know he is smart because he opened with telling me he used to be a wrestler because he knew how to get on my good side. But no, I think he has substantial experience in the city of Snoqualmie, which is very similar to us in a lot of regards. There's a reason we use it as a comparison city. I think he's a very good professional. I think he'll do a great job in working with us and serving while we execute the city manager search and move forward.
Deputy Mayor Sherlock, anything to add?
No, that was well said, and I agree.
All right, sorry about that. I lost my voice for a minute. Okay, any comments? All right. Motion on the floor to approve Resolution 2022-902, authorizing the city manager in consultation with the city attorney to finalize and execute a contract with GMP Consultants for interim city manager services in a form substantially similar to GMP's draft contract and in a form acceptable to the city attorney. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Congratulations to Mr. Larson and welcome to the team. All right.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
The next item is your position profile. And when I last spoke with you, I promised I would come back and present this document to you, ask you for your comments, your insights, your corrections, as you see appropriate. And once I receive those and put this into final form, we're going to be out to add. Now, the only thing I would offer, and if you go to the back page, you'll see the suggested salary range of 175 to 210. I'm going to ask you to think, as much as I hate to ask you this question, our competition for this search is the good city of, just drawing a blank right now.
Mill Creek.
Mill Creek, thank you. They're actually offering 120 as their top, or 220 as their top end. And so I want you to think through the opportunity of maybe raising the top end of the salary, say, to 215. It doesn't mean we have to pay that, but I think in terms of being competitive in the market right now, I want to give us every advantage. As I may have mentioned before, we are seeing a remarkably reduced number of qualified applicants applying for jobs. And I want to reiterate that concern. With every one of my searches, I'm seeing 1/3 of the candidate volume that I was before. Now, we are seeing quality candidates in the top 3 or 4, but everything has to be correct. And so while I think the salary that's currently on the profile here is certainly a good salary, I'm just thinking of everything I can at this point, and putting an extra $5,000 on top of the range might make a difference perhaps. It still gives you that opportunity to pay the rising star at the bottom end of the salary and the consummate professional at the top of their game at the higher end of the salary. And I want to give you that flexibility. So that's my only recommendation, the only change I'm recommending on the profile.
Any comments about that, increasing the top end of the salary? Councilmember Villasenor, go ahead, please.
I think that in a competitive market that we're in, I think that it doesn't hurt us to push that top end at least to encourage participation in the process. Like Mr. Prothman said, we don't have to pay that. That's not a what do we say? It's not a promise. It's a plan, not a promise. But yeah, so I have no objection to pushing the high end to 215 so that we can cast a wider net in terms of applicants.
Any other comments? I have to concur with Councilmember Villasenor. We want to cast the net where we're attracting well-rounded applicants.
Okay. In the absence of any negative comments, I'll assume that there's consensus and move forward with that number then. Okay? All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other comments that you might have on the profile? Anything you want to add, subtract? Again, we're trying to really sell your community here as best we can. And there's a lot to sell. I think this is a very good job for someone. So I hope that's reflected in the profile and you're happy with what you see.
I really liked the layout. I thought it really addressed a lot of areas. You did a really good job of putting our discussion we had last time you were here into the job
Good. Okay.
profile.
All right. I haven't totally lost my city manager skills then.
No, not yet, but stick around here long enough and late enough, you know, you might.
All right. Well, listen, that's all I needed tonight in terms of guidance. I will move forward. Rob, I'll be in touch for a few more days on some of the details. It occurs to me that we might want to start the community development director search sooner than later here, given the timeframes that I've heard tonight again. So that was my one takeaway as a reminder. So,
Thank you so much.
all right. Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, moving on. My iPad is acting up, so I apologize. We are, actually, first of all, I would like a motion to extend the meeting to 10:30, please.
Move to extend the meeting to 10:30.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Sherlock, seconded by Councilmember Griffin to extend the meeting to 10:30. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it, 7-0. Thank you. Don't like to do that, but it is what it is. Unfortunately, now we have you.
You have me.
And
Just me.
Mr. Toller. We will be talking about our ARPA funding priority analysis, and my hope is we can land on something to put together for our town hall.
Yes. So, couple of things. I have some opening comments, and then I want to just, reset the goals for tonight, where we need to be. But before I do all that, unfortunately, I was getting text from Mr. Toller. There is a major outage in his neighborhood. He lives, Comcast is down, and so he went to a neighbor's house. That didn't work, and then it's a wider. He's in Oregon. He lives in Oregon. So he is not available. However, all is not lost. We have his presentation. Jeff, if you could open it up in the presentation folder in just a moment. I say that because you've heard the presentation from Mr. Toller to date. I think what you are going to be wrestling with tonight, I don't know that you need much more input from management partners to get to where you need to be. Because again, and I'll just jump to the goal and circle back to some comments. The goal for tonight, the goal ultimately before June 7th is for the council to land on a list of these items. There's a draft in the agenda packet, of course, and I'll bring it up on the screen in a moment. You don't necessarily need to get to the final list of what you want to consider, but you want to keep the list for consideration that you are looking for feedback from the general public. And so specifically for the town hall on June 7th. So the goal this evening would be to add, subtract, leave it alone, whatever the list is that you then want to share with the public on June 7th. Associated with that list, of course, these items each have a cost associated with them. You can further refine that. So if you want to keep all of these, but you don't like a given range, certainly that's something you could do tonight, is make a motion to alter that. But again, you don't need to fine tune it to a set dollar amount. I think what you're going to be looking for from the public is, do they like these items? Do they think they're of importance enough to be on the list? And if so, how do they feel about generally these dollar amounts? And because ultimately you're going to have to come back to the $2.4 million number and make sure whatever the list has, you're obviously under that amount. And so you do have, of course, one more opportunity between now and June 7th, your next meeting on May 17th, if you need to do any fine tuning. But I think in a moment we can just jump into it and start the discussion about if there's motions to make some changes on that. What I would like to say, I guess, a couple of comments, and I know we had a lot of comments earlier from some business owners, and you guys have received several emails from constituents on this subject, and I'd like to clarify just a couple of things, at least for the people that are here or maybe listening online, because the numbers in some of the emails anyway, I think were off a bit. And so, to be clear, management partners surveyed 54 businesses. And I know the number 4 has been thrown around a bit because that's the number of businesses / community groups that ultimately were able to meet in person. But the data, the analysis that they did came from the 54 businesses they surveyed. Those interviews were meant to be more just discussion with these people that were willing to, the people, the 12 who on their survey said, hey, we'd like to meet with you for further discussion. That was meant to be a conversation, not necessarily driving data as to what their needs were. It's more to kind of understand and dig a little deeper. So unfortunately, out of the 12, only 4 worked out. But they did survey, in a different survey than what the community survey was, surveyed 54 businesses, which is a good amount of businesses in Newcastle to talk to. I know there's a discussion last time about the council members who went and talked to, I think, 15 businesses. I've also talked to, prior to, but even since the last council meeting, about a dozen different businesses. A third or so of those, they actually came to me. They called me up since the last council meeting. And to be frank, some of them were pretty upset because I think when the visits that the council members, some of you had went door to door, that preceded the letter that the city sent out to the people who had received CARES Act money. And so they were upset about, and you heard, I think, a little bit about it tonight, the fact that that information, granted it is all public information, they didn't know that, right? And at the time that they applied, we didn't put that anywhere front and center on the application that we would potentially be sharing this. I think we all, certainly myself, live in the world. We know almost everything that happens that we touch here or get is public information. But for the business owners, they don't know that. And we didn't do a good job at the time of warning them that would be the case. And quite frankly, we weren't thinking of that, right? I mean, we were, just to recap a little bit, the CARES Act money is very different than the ARPA money. The CARES Act money we got in June of 2020. We had to spend it by December of 2020. It was in the door and it had to go out the door. And it was very clear guidance from the federal government of what it could be used for. There were 5 criteria, one of which was revenue loss, but it could have just been expense increase for businesses. And so the city council at the time, we had multiple presentations to the council with the plan. The council voted 7-0 to do what we did. And there was a lot of information that was required of applicants. I can send it out. I'll send it out to the council after the meeting, but the website is still there. You can still find it, where people applied online. And there was a whole host of questions. There were criteria that the council authorized, which were you had to be in a business with 25 or fewer employees. You had to be a brick and mortar store, other criteria as well. And so we went through that. That money went out the door. ARPA is different because you guys have more time. We're not under this 6-month or less window to spend the money. We do have this time to be contemplative about it and make some good decisions. So, but I just want to share a little bit about there are businesses that are very upset that this information potentially is going to be shared with the public, and it's from a competitive standpoint. Partly, some people shared with me that it was just kind of embarrassing information that they didn't want out there with the public. They don't like showing a snapshot in time where they were losing money. It's not good business practice. One restaurant said to me, they get it all the time. People walk in and say, hey, how are you guys doing? Are you doing okay with COVID? And they always answer, yeah, we're doing great. Like, you don't want that message to go out that you're not doing well. The restaurant said to me, what if they think it's the food, right? Well, the food is bad. That's why we're not doing well. So it's really, they just want to kind of keep that close to their vest. One restaurant owner, different restaurant owner, told me he's lost a lot of sleep over this, the fear of giving out this information. It's caused him a lot of stress on top of the stress that they're already under for COVID and trying to find employees. So I think we just need to be careful with it. I know the council doesn't control this fully, but it is something just to be wary of. The other thing I heard from some 3 other businesses that talked about personal loans that they've taken out. They've taken out personal loans to support their business. So while they might be doing better now, they still have this debt service to feed. And so that's a sleepless night for some of them too, that they have to make these payments ongoing. Even though things are looking brighter for them, there's still a big impact from COVID or from the pandemic. I guess my kind of real just big thought on that thing is, I know everybody here and anybody listening, all of the council members, all 7 of you, I know you want to do what is best for Newcastle. I know all of you care about the local business community. There should be no doubt that every single person up here wants to do what's best for the local business community. But I think we just need to be a little careful about the perception versus the reality. The reality might not matter as much, that you all do care, if the perception is out there that you don't. And I forgot who made the comments earlier. I think it was actually Dr. Strange made a similar comment about kind of the messaging out there about this. And this is, it's an important time. We're still not fully out of this, and I think we need to support. You've heard from a bunch of businesses. I think we need to do what's right for them. And so I think there's two parts to that. There is hopefully the retraction of the request for their personal information. And on top of that, I would hope that there is some agreement tonight, or at least after the town hall, that we would put some money aside to help our local businesses. The ironic part about this week when I heard from people and went around too, this is the week that the CAC members, or two of them anyway, are going door to door asking these very same businesses for donations for Newcastle Days and Town Hall, right? And so it's it's an interesting dynamic to go out all of a sudden and do that when they're kind of hearing some mixed messages from us here at the city. So finally, I just want to, two last things. The last thing about the money for the businesses that I'll say is, and I think Councilmember Charbonneau made this point generally a couple of meetings ago, which is it can have a synergistic effect, right? The money that we're spending for them, it does trickle down through our local economy, keeps people employed here, and it has that impact. Related to another use, and this is the last thing I'll say about this, I would strongly, I would just, I guess, humbly request that there's at least a discussion tonight about putting some money back into this plan for our community groups. You heard a really great explanation from former Councilmember Simpson at the end of, I think, last meeting about her organization that she's involved with and how the pandemic affected them. I think for something as small as $5,000 a group, whatever number you want to pick, Newcastle Baseball, Newcastle Boy Scouts, Newcastle Trails, all of these groups that do a ton of work for free for the residents here in the city, a little bit of money will go a long way for them just to keep this stuff going. They don't necessarily need it. They're not life or death with the money. But I think it would just give them a stronger foundation to keep going and do all this stuff for all of us, right? And all the community members here that they get a value out of. So again, I think that same synergistic effect of spending a little bit of money can go further than what you actually spend. So with that, maybe Jeff, if you could bring up that presentation. It's just a couple slides, and maybe just jump to the second one that has the table. And it can toggle back and forth between the slides that has the dollar amounts there and what it's for. But I think at this point, I'd certainly be happy to answer any questions about process or anything else. But it's really back, I think, in your laps now to figure out what you want to do with these items on this list, if you want to make any changes or not. And finally, the last thing I'll just say about this in terms of that next step for Town Hall, because again, I won't be here. The plan would be, generally speaking, that whatever you land on, it might look a lot like this document here, but that management partners could help put together a presentation that you all, in essence, run for the public. I think where we're at right now is that management partners, and it's open to you to decide, they wouldn't be attending Town Hall. This would be kind of run by the city, but if the city council wants them there, certainly we can make that happen too. So, thank you for that. I don't know if that is done that way, but we could. Thank you. The question was, is this ordered, are these items ordered in the same way from the council feedback? And I don't know that answer. I don't think so, but we can probably find that slide from last meeting and bring it up if you want.
I think we can work with what we have here. It's, we
Yeah.
still have a couple
And again, I
more
apologize
items
without
inside.
having them.
It's okay. It was not planned.
last minute,
It's
yes.
totally fine. Councilmember Villasenor.
I'm just saying, in the longer document that was sent, I think these 1 through 14 are figure ones. They're in those buckets. It's left to right in the bucket. So I don't think it's sorted in any sort of way other than the original way that we saw them in those original buckets.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I just kind of wanted to make sure. So, okay, comments? Councilmember Villasenor, you have the floor.
Since I'm talking already. I know this is going to turn into like sliders, and I like the sliders that we have currently. I think that it's going to come down to how, what volume do we turn up each one of these things to? I feel like maybe aside from broadband improvements, I feel like I really feel good about the rest of the funding options. And it would just come down to us to interface with the public, get some input, and understand how high we need to turn these up. And from my perspective, a real focus on the business grants and loans for not only businesses, but for other community groups. Again, like the nonprofit groups in town who rely on that kind of funding. I think it's important we support them. So, but that being said, I like the levers we have.
Deputy Mayor Sherlock, go ahead.
Can I ask Councilmember Vilsener, what's your hesitation to the broadband?
I think it just, it just feels like just the from a broadband perspective. I mean, most of us have cell phones, most of us have data plans. I think there's a lot less in general need for free Wi-Fi simply because of the way that people use their technology today. That's all. It's just a low priority for me.
Any additional comments? Councilmember Clark?
Thank you, Mayor Ewing. I'll be a broken record and come back to what I've been saying in all these meetings, is that we're headed for an economic catastrophe and we need to save this money. We don't have to spend it this year. There's no requirement. So we need to be sure what's going to happen in the rest of this year. I mean, we had a negative economic growth during, supposed, expansion of our economy, right? I mean, that's crazy. And we're still printing money like insanity. So we are going to need this money for an emergency day. We are going to need this money. We do not have to spend this right now. I know everybody has reasons why they can justify to spend it, and I sympathize with the businesses, and more on that in a second, but I don't think it's wise for us to spend this money. It shows that we're irresponsible, that we're just spending it to spend it because we have it. It would be more responsible to go to our fellow citizens and say, look, we know there's hard times coming and everybody could use money, but we think that it's important to have this rainy day fund because it's going to get worse, right? We give the money all away now, and then what, in 6-8 months, and now everybody needs more, we don't have it. I think it's better to use this in a really true emergency day when the recession hits. Call me a doomsdayer, and I hope you can prove me wrong, but I don't think that's going to be the case. So we need to save this money, right? There's no rush to spend this money now. I'm sorry, there's not. And that's my thought on that. And going back to the businesses, I appreciate all the business comments. See, we still have one business member here. Thank you so much. I mean, when Councilmember Lakota and I went around to businesses, we were not out to get you or anything like that. We wanted to know how people were genuinely doing. We didn't know that this letter was going to go out. And to be blunt, and I'm sorry if I hurt somebody's feelings, but that was not it was a very poorly worded letter. It sounded like we were out to ask for new information and we were trying to get them. And I was not appreciative to see that coming on our tail. It was like, hey, those guys are out to get you, and here's the letter as proof. So we simply want to know that this money is going to be distributed fairly. That's it. The information that we were asking, or Councilmember Lakota, and she said it already, is already public information. If I was John Smith, who lived on Jones Street, I could ask for the same information, and it's public. So these businesses gave the information originally, but now they don't want us to know it? I don't understand that. I just don't. And I sympathize that they're concerned, and if there's an impression that we're after them, I'm just really sorry that's not the case. But I'm not going to give money away till we don't know if somebody needs it. Why do we? I'm sorry, that's just, it's the engineer in me. So I think we need to hold on to this money. That's my strong opinion. I just absolutely convinced about that. And next year, you can all say, you're all wrong, Councilmember Clark, and you can make fun of me, and I'll be happy to have that be the case. And then we can give it to businesses or groups or whatever, but not now. I'm just passionate about that, so thank you.
Deputy Mayor Sherlock, go ahead.
Thank you. I don't think that we are trying to spend this money right now. We are talking about options, and we plan to bring all of these options to the public at the town hall. And I personally don't I would be opposed to any resolution before then. I don't think that's appropriate for, exactly what you're saying. I think we need to bring where we are to the community and continue the conversation. We do have time. But I do think that it's important to me to remember the spirit of this, how this money came to Newcastle to be invested in our community. And that is the American Rescue Plan Act. It was not intended to be put into a rainy day fund for municipalities that were struggling before the pandemic. It is intended to provide relief for communities because we all struggled during the pandemic. And I feel strongly that we should be thinking of it in that way. And I also really support putting back into consideration the community group grants. I really appreciated former Councilmember Simpson's comments last meeting, and I hope she'll make them again at some point because it was well articulated, so thank you. I would like to, I don't know how I get the community group grants back in there.
A motion.
Yeah, I think just real quick, a motion or a head nod, because you could just do it as consensus, and you could even you could do it two ways. You could add it as a separate new item, or you could just change the number one business grant / loans to business and community group grants and loans, if you want to keep it simple. So
I would be in favor of changing the first number one to business grants, loans / community group grants.
I think I see City Manager, or City Clerk White. City Clerk White, go ahead. Corrective course here.
So, for clarification, you all agreed by a motion at the last meeting to remove that item from the list of options. So I think that at a minimum, another motion to put it back is necessary.
That's my comfort level. So, yeah, I'm happy to entertain a motion about that, trust me.
Okay. May I continue?
Of course.
Right, then I will move to change the first item on the summary of finding options to say business grants / loans and community group grants.
Second.
And community group grants.
Can I interject for 1 second? If it's the equivalent of like a friendly, but just to clarify, could it say business and community grants and loans to keep the sentence short? Yeah.
And just a point of clarification for all the council members, those motion forms are actually on the desk in front of you, if you'd like to write down any of your motions tonight.
I was just going to mention that. Makes my job a lot easier. All right, there's a motion on the floor to adjust item number 1 on the summary of funding options slide to read business and community grants and loans. Deputy Mayor Sherlock, would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure. I mean, I think it was well said in public comments that this is a need in our community that falls very much under this the purview of these funds that are available to us, and I think it should just be still under consideration. We're not making any decisions right now. We are just putting together a list of things to continue discussing with the community, and I feel strongly that that should be part of the conversation moving forward.
Councilmember Charbonneau. It's getting late. You seconded the motion. Anything to add?
Yeah, thank you. I'd be very interested to see, we have the funding ranges available to us now, which we did not have before. I was disappointed that prevalent, wasn't accessible before, but I'd be interested to see the funding ranges. I would be interested to see the community conversation on this at the town hall, and those are my primary reasons for bringing it to a second, as the person that I will say moved to eliminate it.
Councilmember Griffin, go ahead, please.
Are we going to take items one by one and figure out?
No, we have a motion on the floor right now to
But
to address.
my concern is there's a number of things on there that.
We have a live motion that we need to address.
Okay.
Any further comment? Okay, motion on the floor is to, thank you. Change item number 1 on summary of funding options to read business and community grants and loans, grants/loans, I guess. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
I need clarification.
Maybe we could do by hands.
Yeah, okay. So those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed? Okay, motion carries 4-3 with council members Griffin, Lakotia, and Clark dissenting. All right. So what I was hearing earlier is from Councilmember Villasenor, and I believe Deputy Mayor Sherlock also concurred on this, is to take this list and present it at the town hall. I'm happy to entertain a motion to that effect. Councilmember Lakotia, go ahead.
So I just want to state some facts. We have some unplanned expenses. You know, I know it's an American Rescue Plan. Currently, the city needs rescue from future bankruptcy. The rules have been said that the money can be used for anything. It's a one-time, and that's how the ARPA rules have come out. We all have seen it. They have become more flexible. So talking about facts, unplanned expenses for the year, 49,000, we've already gone over budget on the pavement that we approved today. 200,000 severance unplanned for the city manager. 50,000 recruitment agency was unplanned. So we're already down 300,000. And then we also have a new hire that was approved, last time. So that would be another 150,000. So, we're talking like already 400,000 down. And for us to assess how much money we need to give the businesses, we will have to look at some data because we have to be fair to all the businesses. We have to look, how do we know the business is in distress, business XYZ? How do we know which XYZ business is in distress without looking at the data? We have to look at their cash flows. That's the minimum that we're going to look, because we're going to look at business X's cash flow for the last 3-4 years to see then Y's cash flow, Z's cash flow. And that's how we're going to come out with how much needs to be given to each of them. And yes, everything that the business will submit to the city is going to be a public document. That is a known fact. And unfortunately, previously that was not mentioned, when the CARES Fund came out. Well, it should be mentioned. And yes, we will have to look, that's the basic minimum, and there'll be a lot more information that we will be asking, because, there are businesses who called me and said, we have been treated unfairly. How do we answer to them? We have to be fair. That's what we have to gain the trust of the businesses. We have to gain the trust of the citizens. So yes, we will be reviewing a lot of data because we are here to do the analysis and make sure that we go by facts. Facts, facts, and facts. That's what we're going to look at, and that's how businesses should be trusting us on that.
Councilmember Griffin, go ahead, please.
I was on the Finance Committee last year whenever we were talking about applying for these funds. This is I've heard it called the American Rescue Plan, but it was an American Rescue Plan for the city. We applied for the funds based on the revenue that we lost as a city, not as we lost for businesses or for parks or whatever. We applied for it for monies that we were short during the pandemic. That was the reason we applied for it. and that's how we got the money. There's things on here that, electric charging stations in the parking lots. I don't think that's something that we want to start spending money on. Downtown improvements, the outdoor gathering areas. You know, we're talking about a bunch of things that I think that the money was not provided to us to do that with. So I think that we ought to take our time to figure out. If it were me, I'd get rid of the electric charging stations. I'd get rid of the downtown improvements, because this is not something that's on our immediate forefront. You know, we've got other things in mind. We've got sustainability. Our sustainability, if we look to the future, we're going to be in bankruptcy in 2 or 3 years if we don't do something. And it's up to this group to figure out how to do it. So we need to get busy and figure out what we're going to do, and not see how quick we can spend the money.
Councilmember Charbonneau, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do believe that we've heard this topic, business loans quite a lot, and I think it's become, quite frankly, a sort of political football for this group, and it has unfortunately, I believe, at the expense of a lot of our business owners, had that impact in this discussion. I think there are a lot of really good things in here, and I'm discouraged that we haven't had as much of a nuanced conversation on a lot of these items like I feel like we should have, because of this sort of dichotomy we've had in the discussion about business loans. Councilmember Griffin, I'm glad you brought up sustainability, because I do believe that something that you've talked about and a lot of other council members have talked about is fiscal sustainability. It is one of our primary things. It's one of the first agenda, it's one of the first things you see when you go to Newcastle. It's fiscal sustainability. And I'm very interested in that too. And I think it's frustrating to not be heard when we look at the lens of economic development as a means of fiscal sustainability. To me, I don't personally believe that we should sit on money for a rainy day fund. I think when we can be proactive to prevent an emergency in the first place, when we can be proactive into growing our community and our culture and our revenue in the first place. That's what electric charging stations do. When you have that, people stop, and while their car is charging, you go to shop. There's a reason countless other cities have used that with their ARPA money. That's why downtown improvements, again, which is a really small number, I think the heaviest cost in that is pedestrian walkways. I don't think that's the interest. For me, the interest is the signage. We cannot spend not that much money on signage. You can get more people to stop here and spend money, giving us more revenue in the long term. And I think these are worthy conversations of having. I think parsing out the idea of probably not doing broadband improvements for Wi-Fi hotspots for the reasons Councilmember Villasenor said. I think those are all conversations worth having, but we can't get to that point because we're using this one first item back and forth. I think there's a lot of good stuff here. I think there is nuance to get into, and I think it is a very nuanced issue because it's not going to be the direct, maybe fiscal sustainability that you would expect when you just plug the money directly in. And I did want to speak about the sort of political football as well. I think something I reflect a lot on in this position is that we don't like to say it because it doesn't reflect well on us, but we have power over people. And I talk about being a statistics nerd, but when you go to reach out to businesses, and it took me some time to process this, and you come to them as someone that has power over them, and someone that has already given them money, maybe yes or no, and it was said in the last meeting, if you go with them, you'll get results. That's coercion. You talked about data that's not accurate data, that is response bias. Think about the power dynamics of yourself walking into somewhere like that and asking someone how it's doing. In this case of Verde, asking the front desk person about the finances. That is not a genuine result. It is frustrating that it's become a political football, and there's been this effort to go out and create your own data in a not scientific way. People love to attack consultants. There's a reason because there's a due process here. There's a reason because the framing matters. There's a reason because when you're a person in power, the responsibility you have and taking that responsibility matters to not reflect poorly on the community and not reflect poorly on the body up here. I'm disappointed that we haven't had these conversations. I'm disappointed that this sort of friction and polarization has gotten to the point where it's at. I think it's very disappointing. I look forward to hearing from the community. I look forward to having more of these conversations because I think it's really needed. I don't think we're anywhere close to figuring this out yet.
I actually haven't spoken on this yet, but I see Councilmember Clark's microphone go on. Go ahead.
So the part Councilmember Charbonneau said about the nuanced discussion, I agree with, right? We are going to go to the town hall, and we're going to have the same place when we leave the town hall. Let's be blunt. We're going to have people saying, we want money for this, we want money for that, and we're going to be back with this list at the meeting after the town hall. I mean, I'm just being realistic. So to what he said, you know, and I'm thinking of a way to do that doesn't take us all night long, because we don't want to sit here and debate all these all night long, but each of us, or these things are on this list because each of us has some vested interest in putting them on the list. So just a thought, you know, you don't have to take me up on this, but maybe between now and the next meeting, each of us puts down some reasons beyond, like I'm looking at the graph here, and it says outdoor gathering areas, improvements to existing facility. Well, what does that mean, right? It means something to somebody. Let's expand on that. If whoever you was championing that idea, write something down about that in a couple sentences to make it more clear what we're talking about, because that doesn't mean anything to me, so I'm not going to support that in the way it's written. But if I saw something else, I'm like, oh, hey, you know, and so on. So that's just a suggestion that I have, because I don't think that the town hall is going to move us forward. I'm sorry, I don't. We're going to have the same discussion about polarization, and he's right about that. And so let's, as a thought, and I'm going to do it on my own, just for my own benefit, between now and the next meeting, is to kind of expand on some of these, and maybe I can try to understand why somebody's asking for some of these other things. I mean, I still hold to what I have to say, but maybe you can convince me, and let's have more detail. That's just a suggestion. You can take me up on it or not, but I just think that we come back with a little detail on each of these items.
Okay. There's some good things on this list. There's no doubt that. There are some things on here that I would not consider because I know the long-term impacts and I know the value added or possibility of not the best value added. I'm actually having conversation with a local business and a local business leader on senior and youth programs at their facility. I see the role as a council member as having a vision for the city you're representing. And to not think about downtown improvements after we spent so much time, energy, and money on the downtown strategic plan, or even the Lake Bourne master plan, and we have this opportunity to invest in our community with these funds. I think we're making a serious misstep. I'm definitely not one to, I'm a pretty private person, and I'm definitely not one to talk about a personal experience, but I'll tell you how important our businesses are here in this community. My parents taught me not to bite the hand that feeds you. Our businesses feed this community. They create an investment in this community. They bring people to this community. They keep people in the community. My dad was self-employed. He raised 4 children with my mom. They were married close to 50 years before my dad passed a number of years ago. We all are educated. We never went without. But I'll tell you, as a small business owner, my dad would not have survived this pandemic. His business would not have. He worked day and night. He worked weekends. The best thing my parents have given me was my work ethic. And it was because of his hard work and dedication to business to community. He was not located in an area that had neighboring businesses like a dry cleaners or a fruit and produce stand. Is Dave still here? He's out there. He was, in a very small rural community. And there was a small grocery store next door to him before he moved to the Rainier Valley area. This is serious. Our businesses out there are still struggling. And they are frustrated, and people are beginning to come out now from the pandemic. Let's continue to support them. And there's a lot of things on here we need to look at. I mean, outdoor gathering areas. I've seen some cities do great things with their outdoor spaces and create walkability and outdoor dining areas. That's something we can do here. It's my vision. It should be a vision of our council as a body. I'm pretty sure it's a vision of our community. And when I hear council members talk about how our financial status as a city is struggling and we're going to go bankrupt, where were you 2 years ago when we had members of the body working against a council-approved ordinance? That's all I ask. Are there any motions pertaining to this, whether you want to bring this forward to the town hall, whether you want to bring it back to the next meeting? Do I need a motion for that? Probably not.
No, I don't think, if there's no motion to wrap it up and bring it to the town hall as is, then I think by default it would come back to the next meeting. And I think there might be some information in Councilmember Clark's, I can't remember the prior presentation or two, that kind of fleshes these out a little bit more. So, but I think it's a good idea for each council member who so desires to do that as well. So absent a motion, I would think this would just be on the agenda for next meeting. So you can finalize it in time.
Thank you. I do need to ask for a motion to extend, I'm sorry.
I'm just saying that in the, if you click on the link marked ARPA funding priorities analysis that is in the agenda, there are more detailed descriptions of these summary of funding options for you to look at.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I need another motion to extend the meeting to 11 p.m.
I move to
We do have an executive session, and we have one more item on the agenda.
I move to extend the meeting to 11 p.m.
All right, it's been moved by Deputy Mayor Sherlock, seconded by Councilmember Villasenor to extend the meeting to 11 p.m. All those in favor, please state aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it, 7-0. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Before you, if you're about to move on, or you?
I'm good. We have 11.4.
Can I just make one final
Of
comment on the
course,
subject
of course.
of this item? Just real quick, because this will be my last, I won't be here obviously to weigh in on this next meeting. I guess maybe make a request or for consideration. I've heard there's a couple emails about somebody's business, somebody's friend's business didn't get funding. I think it was just referenced a couple minutes ago. We received this has been 2 years ago we gave this money away. We didn't receive any complaints about the process at the time. I would love to know who the business was, because then we could probably get somebody an answer as to why, if they felt like they were excluded, why they were excluded. So I'd love to be able to wrap that up before I go so I can answer that question. But I think it would behoove us all to be careful about kind of how we're saying some of this stuff, because there's been this subtext of, well, maybe there was a problem with how we did the CARES Act. And I will stake my reputation fully on the fact that there was no issues with the CARES Act. As I mentioned before, that money was meant to be spent rapidly, hence the name of the Rapid Small Business Relief Fund. That was provided by the U.S. Treasury Department, very specific guidance. I sent you all the link to the website that we used and all the information that was required. Big chunk of that came right from the U.S. Treasury. That money, different than ARPA, went to the Washington State Department of Commerce. They looked at our process and how we did things and how we gave the money away. And finally, the money that we spent in 2020 has been audited by the Washington State Auditor's Office. So there have been zero issues of how we spent that money. And I would just caution everyone to be careful to not hint at that there was some kind of problem with that, that then might carry over to this process. There were no issues whatsoever with that. Everything was done to a T by the book. So I just want to be very clear about that. Last thing, just as a follow-up to the comments, because I do agree, you guys have the right and should have the expectation, if you're giving money away under ARPA to the business community, you absolutely have the right to ask for information to make those judgment calls, how you qualify their asks. It's just, how you do it and when you do it, and you will have time. If that makes the list, fine, at the ultimate end of this and it's on the list, you'll be able to have that discussion about what types of things and how you make that evaluation. But I would make that last plea again, if there's a way to withdraw that request for the old information, there's a lot of other ways to look at that to know that it was done properly without seeing how much money and what they're, more specifically, what each business made and lost during that year. I don't think there's any relevance to today in ARPA for what happened 2 years ago to these businesses. And so you've heard it from them. I think it would go a long way for us to be able to withdraw that request and withdraw that letter to the business community and try to mend some fences here about this because, like I said, you guys all want to do what's right. I know you do. I think that would just help that process. So thanks for indulging me for a moment there.
Well, and these businesses were closed or had to resort to limited services for 3 months.
Which was one of the, you could just have that as a criteria under CARES and that would have met it. Yep.
Yeah. Don, go ahead.
I'd like to say something about that too. Thank you, Rob, for addressing that. Councilmember Okocha, I was one of the people that didn't want to give that information to you, and here's why. 6 years ago, I had to sign an affidavit, and that affidavit was that I would not release, I had to sign a confidentiality agreement saying that I would not release any information with regards to any business. That affidavit meant I wouldn't say what Ye's made, I wouldn't say what Tapatios would make. That affidavit carried forward when we went to a couple years later when we had consultants, Azavar, do a sales tax analysis for us, where we were then had those consultants each sign a confidentiality agreement. Very careful. Department of Revenue made us do that before they would actually release the data. And 2 years ago, these businesses would not have known that we were going to be releasing that data now. So I would hope that you would withdraw that request.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item 11.4, adoption of ordinance 2022-642, amendment to 2022 operating and capital budget.
Hey, Don, will you indulge me? Let me take this one. I know it's your, just because of the interest of time. So you've all obviously approved the initial taking of the first phase of our new ARPA money. We had to meet the criteria that Don explained last time, that we were using this for general revenue loss. That gave you all the freedom to spend it how you want. We had to move it into the general fund. So that was for general, I'm doing the symbol here, for general business uses, right? That allowed you then to meet their criteria. The request tonight is just to move that back into the cumulative reserve fund where it will reside until such time that this council decides what to do with the money, whether that's to save it for future revenue loss, business grants, whatever it might be, but you will just divvy it back out at the appropriate time based on your final decision. So this just moves it back to where it was before we did this whole exercise and resets everything and is the final step before actually spending it sometime over the next 4 years.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Villasenor, go ahead.
I move adoption of ordinance 2022-642, amending the 2022 budget and providing an adjustment by fund in summary form as presented.
Second.
All right. God dang it, my iPad is screwing me up. Okay, It's been moved by Councilmember Villasenor, seconded by Deputy Mayor Sherlock to adopt ordinance 2022-642, amending the 2022 budget and providing an adjustment by fund in summary form as presented. Deputy Mayor Sherlock, would you like to speak to your, I'm sorry, Councilmember Villasenor, would you like to speak to your motion?
As you explained, it's part of the plan, and we're just moving forward with it. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Sherlock, anything to add?
Yeah, I think this is really important. It seems like little and doesn't make, it's part of the business, but it's actually really important for transparency to have this money put in this fund, and then we draw from it as we decide how to invest that money into our community. So that's why I very wholeheartedly support this motion.
All right, any further discussion? Okay, motion on the floor to adopt ordinance 2022-642, amending the 2022 budget and providing an adjustment by fund in summary form as presented. All in favor, please state aye. 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 Opposed? Ayes have it, 7-0. Oops. Moving on to our second public comment. Again, 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name and the neighborhood in which you reside. You may speak again if you spoke during the first public comment. You may speak again on a different topic. So any public comment?
So, Madam Mayor, we have one on Zoom.
Okay, I also have one in the audience. Which one do you want to do first?
Well, I just promoted.
That's fine.
Yep.
Yes. Dave.
Hi there. Am I allowed to speak on a previous subject?
Yeah, if you haven't spoken before, that's.
No, she has.
I did, yes.
Yeah.
I just wanted to come back on and speak to what I've been tuning into the rest of the meeting, and I appreciate everyone's input into all of the things, and it's very apparent that all of our council members are very passionate about all the things that have to go on with the city of Newcastle. Two things that stood out to me, Councilmember Lakothia, facts, the facts that you're speaking of, I think that there still needs to be some digging into facts about what the proper way to assess the ARPA funding and the businesses that are, needing the funds. And then Councilmember Clark, the ARPA Rainy Day Fund, I still go back to the website of the U.S. Department of Treasury, and the ARPA fund is not a rainy day fund. So I implore you to do more research, to really look into what that funding is supposed to be for the community, for impact of pandemic relief. And, furthermore, I appreciate that the whole council is behind small businesses. And if you want to know the facts of what is happening fiscally in our businesses, ask us. Ask us. Collect the data. Collect the real data, not just surface data, going around to speak to people, see what's really happening in our businesses. And if we truly do need that assistance, we'll give you the information that you want. And that's real-time data of what is happening out in our businesses right now. It's not what happened 2 years ago or 1 year ago. It's the current situation that we're in. So I hope that you take it upon yourselves to continue to search and find the facts that you need to make the decisions to serve the community best. Thank you.
Before you go, could you just please remind us of your name? Can you just...
Hey, Christina, can you just please say your name for the record? Thanks.
What was that?
Can you just repeat your name for the record, for the audio?
Christina Aurelier. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aurelier. Anything else in our Zoom room? Okay, we'll finish that up. Go ahead.
Sorry, I don't know how to exit this.
They'll take you out of the main panel.
Sorry, it's annoying. There's the green box here. It gets in my way and it won't move. Now we got more. Okay. Ms. Costin, you're, can you unmute yourself and you're free to talk? Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. I agree with the last public commenter that we do need more facts, and I appreciate Councilmember Lacotia's wanting to be fair to all businesses and wanting to seek out facts. So I appreciate that very much, and I encourage her to look at all of the facts and all of our businesses. And then make an analysis. And I mean, this is just totally logical. This is the way things should be done fiscally. So this is just common sense. And so make the analysis and then determine who should get what. But on the other hand, this last year, 2021, ended with a deficit budget, everyone. Hello. We are headed towards bankruptcy. We have to speak about that, and we have to prioritize our spending. The analysis that I'm looking at in the city manager's report, I think, are on the ARPA spending report, puts the essential, critical infrastructure expenses in last, puts it last. It should be first for our waste, for our swim, for our roads. And actually, the government office for this that oversees this ARPA thing, ARPA funds, said spending it on swim is an excellent way to invest in our city. It's one-time funds, and it is essential, critical infrastructure that benefits all the entire city. So this is the way. And it's just common sense. And we need to prioritize our spending. We have limited funds. I don't know, I don't understand these people who think we have unlimited funds and we're, we can just spend it on anything and everything. I mean, all ideas are great. There's nothing wrong with the ideas. It's just that we don't have enough money to do everything we want. People who want other things that are non-essential, that are not critical infrastructure type of expenses, they're in the high income level range, and they can start their own nonprofit and fund and do do the special projects that they want. That's the way it should be. Don't keep coming to the city that is going bankrupt. We're going to be out of money. I mean, listen to the city financial consultant,
Please
Steve
wrap up your
Kohler,
comments.
who says we are out of money. Why don't you believe him? Why don't you follow his recommendation?
Okay, you need to wrap up.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Pardon me?
Point of order. I want to point out the rules of procedure do, when people comment twice during the meeting on the same subject, that is technically a violation of council's rules of order. I do not want to interrupt the speaker, but those comments were clearly very much very similar in content to the previous comment period. With your permission, the point of the two comment periods is to let people speak on new topics, or for people who were not able to participate earlier in the meeting to provide comment.
Right.
So
Yep.
that's my point of order.
I understand.
And that was
It needs to be ruled on.
I mean, I completely agree. The damage is done. She's already spoken. I didn't catch that.
And I turned to you and said it was okay, so that was my fault.
Okay. Okay. Point well taken, and we will be more careful in the future. All right, I know I've got three. Heidi Dean has signed up, so I'll go ahead and call on her first, and then Mr. Franklin, then Ms. Simpson.
Thank you. This is different from Bellevue.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, staff, and attendees. My name is Heidi Dean. I'm your neighbor from across the way in Newport Hills. And Mr. Wyman, goodbye. On to new adventures. That is exciting. New professional challenges are always super cool. I don't know if you remember meeting me at the 2017 council retreat, and I asked you why the city doesn't have a dedicated economic development director, and you had told me that the council chose to eliminate that position about 7 years prior, which would have made it about 2010, and I think that was around the time that you became city manager. You did express to me at that time during that conversation that you didn't agree with that decision. And then you and I went on and discussed the missed opportunities for expanded commercial and retail at the Newcastle Commons site due to overbuilding of residential units. And frankly, I'm still very sad for Newcastle about that. And Mayor, you talked about biting the hand that feeds the community, which is the businesses. And I agree. And so I really hope that the city will reconsider not have the fact that they don't have a dedicated economic development director, especially in light of testimony from that we heard from Verde Organic and Frosty Barrel. If Newcastle businesses are still struggling that badly after multiple rounds of assistance, then perhaps a dedicated economic development director is needed versus spending money on some of the positions that have been created and funded during the past few years. If Newcastle is growing and if you've got this great downtown plan, it should have someone to oversee it, correct? To help the businesses. Where I live in Newport Hills, we're tucked up off of Coal Creek Parkway, and we don't get even close to the number of average daily trips past our businesses that you get down here in Newcastle. Yet we only lost one business to the pandemic, and that was in the first 3 months before funding started coming out to help businesses. So if Newport Hills businesses have managed to make it through and are bouncing back even without the help of our chamber and grants and loans and that sort of thing, because I don't think any of them, except for maybe one, got them, then it kind of begs the question, what's going on down here in Newcastle? And finally, regarding the BIMA property, I will just say this. Just because you can doesn't mean that you should. And we've dealt with Intracourt before over in Newport Hills. They came to me in 2015, October, and wanted me to be the mouthpiece for them to convince the neighborhood that what they were planning was a good thing. But unfortunately, what they presented to me originally changed even before they got to the rezone application. So when I texted my friend Michelle tonight, who is a former Bellevue, the former chair of the Bellevue Planning Commission, and said, Intracourt's here, she said, the development agreement, remember, they can do what they want. Sounds like I'm done.
You need to wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Franklin, go ahead, please.
Time for dinner. I don't think I've had one day in the last month where I've had dinner before 10 o'clock p.m., and I think this is no exception here. So, Ms. Mayor, I could really relate to what you're saying about your father's business. I don't think a lot of people really understand what it takes to run a small business. It's hard. My employees are out the gate at 6 o'clock. I'm there until 8:30, 9, 10 o'clock. I mean, to make something succeed, you have to put yourself in it. And I've been doing it for 30 years. This is our 30th year in that corner here. I spent half of my life on this corner. Happy birthday to us here. 30 years, Newcastle. I watched the first City Hall, then the second City Hall, now the third City Hall. Anyway, getting right to my point, I wanted to come here and get information. I wanted to be a fly on the wall for the evening and hear what everybody had to say and then make comments. I don't think a lot of people really understand the business community here in Newcastle, the small businesses. We're partners with you guys. You get a lot of revenue that's generated by us. The residents here can just as easily go spend it Renton, Issaquah, Seattle, Bellevue, wherever. But they spend money here, and the business community is why. There's we generate money for the city, and I'm not asking for anything. I'm not up here to ask for any money. But I just want you guys to realize that you should be making an investment in the business community here. I think it's a wise thing to do. It's looking at the future. I don't think it's wise to say, let's hang on to this money. No disrespect. But I don't think it's wise to say, let's hang on to it for a rainy day. If you can help the businesses here succeed and create revenue for the city. Rob. I want to wish you good luck on your new ventures. I'm really jealous. 1 year off. I'm still trying to figure out how to get 1 day off. So, but that's all right. I'm not complaining. That's what we do as small business people. We invest all our time in it. My wife's been calling me for the last 30 minutes. Yeah, I've got it on buzzer. But anyway, Councilmember Lacosia, we had and Mr. Griffin, we had a short conversation. You guys came over to see how we're doing, and you know, I put on my happy face and say everything's great, you know, but getting below the surface, I mean, I don't know if everything's great. We've got a lot of inventory over there. It's been raining every day in April. You know, I don't know if we're going to have a good spring or not. You know, I'm hoping, and we're working hard to make it happen. But, you know, if you want to know how I'm doing this year, ask me on the 26th of December. Then I'll give you a better answer. So I'd love to continue the conversation with you. If you want facts, you guys want figures, come on over again. Let's have a deeper conversation about it. You know, let me tell you what I think, and I think the same way as a lot of small businesses think around here. It takes a lot, and like I say, we're partners. You know, like it or not, we're all partners. We create revenue for the city coffers. And I think it's a wise investment to invest in the small business community. Dinner time.
Thank you. Go home and get some dinner. Ms. Simpson, welcome back.
One last time. I know I was up here earlier, Carol Simpson from Olympus. I will speak about long-range financial sustainability. And it's our downtown and our businesses. And if Bill Erkslepen were here, he would talk about commercial retail sales tax revenue and how much we're getting or not getting, that we need to promote their commercial retail sales tax revenue, because that's revenue that we don't get that other cities do, because we have a very small commercial base. The city of Newcastle will never lose money from property tax, the way the state tax system is set up. Is that correct? You can always collect that $5 million. Whatever you collected last year, you can always collect next year, even during depression, even during economic downturn. That's guaranteed money. But where did you lose money when you say you lost revenue during COVID? Is from retail sales tax. First of all, construction sites and all the businesses shut down. Construction sites, especially in Newcastle, for March till July, 0. But that's one-time revenue. That's not revenue you're going to get in next year, the year after, when all these new buildings are built, because there's no more land to develop. Then you got to look hard at your 2 shopping centers and think, how can we get these 2 shopping centers to redevelop per Steve's plan and the pretty pictures he showed about how that could redevelop? How? Where's the traffic signal they need? Are you really going to sit here? I'm sorry, but are you really going to sit here and wait? You're gone. You can't do that anymore. But are you really going to sit here and wait for their development to pay for that damn traffic signal that they need? How long do us residents who like to shop at QFC have to keep driving around the block to get out of there? I'm really sick and tired of it. Give me a traffic signal. Those businesses will thrive if they have a traffic signal and people can get in and out. That's how you foster economic development. Bill Erkslepen made a motion to spend $100,000 on downtown improvements on Coal Creek Parkway. Never happened, but he did. We can run around saying the sky is falling. Bill Erkslepen ran around and said the sky is falling when we were building Coal Creek Parkway, a $15 million project. No, we, speaking as a former council member, don't get to do everything that's on our wish list. We're not going to go broke because we're funding everything on the wish list, because it never all gets funded. That's a given. We've been going broke since I was on council in 2008. That cross of where the general fund crosses the zero line has been out there every single year. The city has assets that some of you don't know about, and those are part of your rainy day fund. Ask your staff, what kind of assets can the city sell in case of a rainy day? And one last thing, how much is enough? You got money sitting in the bank earning 1% or less, while we're sitting through 5% or more inflation. You're losing money on that money.
Thank you. Okay, any further public comment? I'll close the public comment. Moving on to planning calendar. I'm sorry, what are you looking for, Rob? I got one.
So, May 17th, I don't really care.
That is not even nice. Taking back that.
All right, I care a little bit. So, couple things on here. I turned into a pumpkin by then. So in addition to what's here, so the Heemster plat, this will be, of course, you went through the development agreement. This is post the hearing from the hearing examiner, which has now been wrapped up. Just a quick heads up on that. Curtis here will be asking you for any ex parte communications. So I think some of you've gotten, or all of you have gotten emails and maybe requests to meet. So just maybe get that ready for that meeting. A couple items that are coming out of the Planning Commission, the comp plan amendment schedule, and Carol Simpson left, but she would love that one. That's a pretty easy fix for an item. Food truck ordinance, Planning Commission wrapped it up as well, so you, that will be a little bit hard, I think, just depending. It's a challenging one. There's losers on either side, whichever way you go with that one. You either kind of kick out a couple people or protect the local businesses. And it sounds like we will be adding, or you will be adding this continued discussion on the ARPA plan, getting it ready for the town hall. That's all. Just leave it at that.
I just have one thing to say on the Heemster plat. If you have received emails related to it, will you please forward those to the city clerk? I would very much appreciate that, so that we can get those in the record. Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to ask, and probably copy Bob.
And please copy the new interim city manager, Bob Larson.
Thank you. All right, I need another motion to extend to 11:30. We have an executive session.
Point of clarification, Madam Mayor, do you want, given the length of the executive session, do you want to waive the rules to extend the meeting for longer than that?
Oh,
You can
Can I?
You can request that as a rules waiver.
okay. Not my intent to go till midnight, you know. Okay, all right, so may I have a motion to waive the rules on the extension, extension waiver, is that what you called it?
Perhaps you might entertain a motion to waive the rules and extend the meeting until...
Till it's adjourned.
Okay.
Okay, if that's the motion you want.
I would like to make a motion to waive our rules and extend the meeting till midnight.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Deputy Mayor Sherlock, seconded by Councilmember Griffin to extend the meeting until midnight. All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it 7-0. Let's move to executive session.
Madam Mayor, I have one thing. I'd like to add something to the planning calendar, please. We previously took it off, but I'd like to put back on discussion of homelessness, please. For to date to be determined. Homelessness?
Well, I think we're past the item, but from a practical standpoint, you guys, if you two just send an email and we'll send it to me and
do that.
CC Clerk White, we'll get it on there.
Put that on there as well. Thank you.
Okay, the city council will recess to an executive session for approximately 60 minutes to discuss matters related to potential litigation and legal risk pursuant to RCW 42.30.1101I.
There's no printers?
All right. The city council is reconvening following executive session for approximately 60 minutes to discuss matters related to potential litigation and legal risk pursuant to RCW 42.30.110(1)I. They made no decisions. We are now to the end of our agenda. And with that, I will adjourn the meeting.